First, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's nice to get together again. And I'd also like to thank you for wearing the mask. Uh, And I'd like to advise you that we don't make the rules. We're in a position much like you where we have to obey the rules. And the state and the county have a mask mandate. And once again, we very much appreciate you wearing your mask tonight. So with that, Mr. City Attorney, do we have any report from closed session?
We do not.
Okay. And I'd like to invite retired school board member, retired principal, and great teacher, Jean Davis, to lead us in our pledge. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter. Here. Councilmember Luevanos.
Here.
Councilmember Judge.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Here.
Mayor Mashburn.
Here. Agenda review. Are there any items for review that anybody wants to bring up?
Mr. Mayor, I will note that we have a recommendation to continue public hearing 4A on the redistricting. The mapping tool is not up yet, but we have talked with our consultant, and the mapping tool should be available this week. So we'll get that resolved. You have a letter before you from the affected party on agenda item 4B, and you have a supplemental before you on agenda item 4C.
Okay, thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Okay. Motion is second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Do we have any? Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, a proclamation declaring the month of November 2021 as Native American Heritage Month. And Samantha Argabright is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. Whereas the first American Indian Day was declared on the second Saturday in September 1916 by the Governor of New York, and whereas it was not until 74 years later, in 1990, when President George H.W. Bush approved a joint resolution which formally designated November 1990 as National Native American Heritage Month. And whereas Native American Heritage Month provides an opportunity to raise awareness about the unique trials Native people have and continue to face, and reflect on the ways they have had to tirelessly work to overcome these challenges. And whereas the city recognizes that Simi Valley is built upon the homelands of the Chumash indigenous peoples, and we celebrate their culture and heritage. And whereas the city of Simi Valley is grateful to all Native Americans for their deep care for and love of the land despite efforts to separate them from it. And whereas the city of Simi Valley celebrates the heritage of Native Americans and celebrates their thriving and resilient cultures, including the Chumash. Whereas the traditions, histories, and influence of Native Americans and their knowledge, spirituality, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and cultural contributions have substantially shaped the character of Simi Valley. Now, therefore, the month of November 2021 is hereby proclaimed Native American Heritage Month in the city of Simi Valley in recognition and celebration of our goodwill and friendship with our local indigenous peoples, presented this 8th day of November 2021.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that this community values its heritage, and I think that could be evidenced by the different displays and what have you, like the Strathern Historical Museum and the site. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D2, a proclamation declaring November 27, 2021 as Small Business Saturday, and Kelly Tinker is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashford and members of the City Council. Whereas the City of Simi Valley celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and whereas 96% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independently owned businesses supports their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And 97% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their community. And whereas 95% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday report the day makes them want to shop or eat at small, independently owned businesses all year long, not just during the holiday season. And whereas the City of Simi Valley supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. Now, therefore, November 27, 2021 is hereby proclaimed Small Business Saturday to urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants throughout the year. Presented this day, 8th day of November, 2021.
Great. I'd just like to remind everybody that this council represents approximately 6,000 small businesses in the city of Simi Valley. And we reach out to each and every one of them on a regular basis. And it's certainly what makes this city run. And obviously, it makes this entire country run. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted, followed by speakers who are signed on to Zoom to speak for this public statements item 2 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, I have no public comment cards for item 2. We will check with Zoom.
Mr. Mayor, there are no members of the public with their hand raised for item 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, appointment of Special Event Support Review Committee members, and Heidi Donardo is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of City Council. In 2014, the City Council created the Special Event Support Review Committee to review applications for city support and to make funding recommendations to the City Council. The City Council purposely did not mandate that a certain scoring criteria be used to score applications, but did provide the committee with the following guidelines. Preference to fund events where event proceeds are used locally within Simi Valley. Preference to fund events with greater community public benefits over benefits with lesser community public benefits. And each year, the city receives several grant requests with only $25,000 available, so the committee has quite a task ahead of them. The committee is comprised of 1 member from each of the city's 4 neighborhood councils and 1 member from the Council on Aging. Those bodies have each nominated individuals for the committee, and it is recommended that the City Council appoint the nominated committee members. Representing Neighborhood Council number 1, Pat Lewis. Representing Neighborhood Council number 2, Teresa Ramirez. Representing Neighborhood Council number 3, Tammy Wirtz. Representing Neighborhood Council number 4, Michelle Scharf. And finally, representing Council on Aging, Janet Plant. This concludes Jeff's presentation this evening.
Okay, any questions of staff? Do I hear a motion?
I so move that we appoint all 5 named people to this position. I wanted to say that those 5 names are all are names of women and people who are so involved in our community. As I read the list, I thought they're just keep being willing to serve. But let me officially make the nomination. I move to appoint the 5 nominations to 2022 Special Event Support Review Committee.
A second?
A motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A2, appointment of Neighborhood Council Executive Board members to the 4 neighborhood councils, and Julia Ramirez is here for this presentation.
Oh, thank you. Now you can hear me.
There we go.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This is a continued item from the last City Council meeting of October 25th. Continuation of this matter allowed the City Council additional time to review the nominated applicants. Since 1970, the neighborhood councils have served as an important component of this city. They promote citizen awareness and participation in local government. They advise the City Council and the Planning Commission on development projects and citizen concerns. There are a total of 17 vacancies on the 4 executive boards of the neighborhood councils. Tonight, 17 applicants are being nominated to serve terms commencing on November 9th, 2021, and expiring on October 31st, 2023. Following are the names of the incoming Neighborhood Council Executive Board members. Some may be here tonight, while others may be participating virtually via Zoom. For Neighborhood Council number 1, Jill Abell, Delilah Minter, Alberto Vasquez Zoll, and Tom Williams. For Neighborhood Council number 2, Suzanne Aguilar, Carl Birch, Dimitri Ehrman, and John McHale. For Neighborhood Council number 3, Rebecca Albaran, Julie Bershin, Evelyn Gatewood, and Armin Magsudi. For Neighborhood Council number 4, Bobby Calderon, Nora Frost, Brian Kane, John Lapper, and Michael Murphy. It is recommended that the City Council and the Mayor appoint 17 applicants nominated to serve on the executive boards of all 4 neighborhood councils for the term commencing November 9th, 2021, and expiring October 31st, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. At the last meeting, Councilmember Judge made a request that we vote on each individual individually. And is that, can we have a motion for that?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Excuse me. I
I
see your name on the list.
Yes.
I just want to, real quick, I am prepared to make a motion after council's comments. I think it would be best still to vote on each person individually. That way there's open and transparent from this dais, and nobody can say they were excluded because of other things. And I think it's important to do this time, which is obviously unique in our history as a city, because this is also the first time in the history of our city where we've had citizen complaints about people being nominated to the neighborhood council. Now, we can say a lot of things change because certain things happen, but this is the first time that I know, at least in the last 10 years, 11 years, that has happened. Only other time I can even think of anything coming close was when a council member objected to a person being appointed to the neighborhood council. That was it. So that's why I'm requesting to do this. But like I said, I'm willing to make the motion after council's comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Luevanos, you got the floor.
Yes, Mayor, I wanted to make a motion to approve and the mayor appoint all 17 applicants nominated to serve on the executive boards.
Why don't we listen to the comments of all the council members before we make motions?
Well, I haven't heard a motion in a second, so I'm not sure if that's why I'm trying to make a motion.
I'd like to give the opportunity to each council member to speak. Then we can make all the motions we want.
I would like for us to follow Robert's Rules of Order, so if there's
No,
a
that's-
motion,
you-
then a
you-
second,
You
then we
do
can have
that all the
discussion.
time. That's not the method by which we follow.
Robert's Rules
So,
of Parliamentary
I don't
Procedure
care.
is
I
still
don't
how we
care.
follow.
I'm telling you, we're not following it. We're
We're not
following
gonna
the
have a
way we
motion
do
and a
every
second and a
night.
discussion?
Would you not interrupt me? We're going to follow the way we do, the protocol that we do in this chamber. Now, any other council members wish to speak?
Point of order, Mayor.
Mr. Attorney, would you help me here?
You can proceed as you're directing.
Thank you. Any other council member wish to speak?
Can you please, point of order, can you please clarify the motion and whether or not there was a second,
I'm
Mayor?
going to give you your opportunity to make 10, 20, 30 motions.
I would just like to
I'm
know what we're
given-
discussing, Mayor. That's why I'm calling for a point of order.
Councilmember Lovenos, it's my understanding that there's no motion on the floor right now, that simply we are discussing the merits or concerns, or just discussing the applicants if there's a desire to. If that's my understanding about what this discussion is right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman Litzer. Is that correct, Mayor?
It's the way we do it every meeting, except when you have a question, then you try changing it.
Mayor, I'm
Now's not
merely
the date
asking
to
for
change it.
consistency of
Agendize
parliamentary
it if you'd
procedure.
like to in the future.
I'm very familiar with Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure. I would ask that we consistently be transparent and accountable to the public and follow those procedures consistently.
So once again, I'll ask without interruption, please. Would any other council member like to speak?
Yes, Mayor. May I have the floor?
Okay, you may speak, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, I just want to reiterate that we went through this process. We appointed 2 council members to interview, and the mayor, to interview each of the applicants that applied. I know that the mayor and I were the ones who interviewed for council, neighborhood council 2 and 4. We did have discussion after the interviews. We did decide that these were the people that we wanted to be appointed. There were no objections to any of the people that we appointed. I did express concern to the mayor about one of the applicants and the comment that was made. Nevertheless, I said I would like for him to have the opportunity to serve, despite the fact that a comment that was made was not exactly appropriate. And the reason I stated that was because, and I'm saying this for the sake of transparency and accountability, so that the public is aware that I am willing to appoint someone that I don't personally agree with, and that our mission statement is to provide an atmosphere that encourages community involvement. That is directly from our city's mission statement, is to encourage an atmosphere that encourages community involvement and volunteerism through a local government that is accessible, efficient, and accountable. Therefore, I would like for all of the applicants to be, that were nominated to serve on the executive board. No evidence has been brought forth yet that any of the neighborhood council appointees have said anything that was illegal. As a matter of fact, there have been a number of neighborhood council appointees that have deleted their social media accounts. Up until this point, we have, and I have brought it up previously, not considered social media posts. I had asked previously, and the council decided not to include social media activity in consideration of the neighborhood council appointments. To not use that, to all of a sudden use that now, would not be consistent with what we've done. My job here is to make sure I represent everybody. That's all of our jobs. We were elected to do so, elected to represent everyone, and again, to encourage an atmosphere for community involvement and volunteerism. If we are going to start picking on individuals without any evidence whatsoever, if we're going to use personal opinions and political parties to exclude the public from being able to volunteer, then we are not fulfilling our mission statement as a city. And that would be wrong. This will dampen people's freedom of speech. This will dampen people's willingness to volunteer. We know that the city of Simi Valley is known for its volunteers, but we do not judge volunteers based on their political party affiliation. We do not do that. We do not exclude someone from the process because we disagree with them personally. As a matter of fact, I sat here for 3.5 hours during a city council meeting while a number of people in the public disagreed with me politically. And at the end, I thanked them. I said, thank you for coming, for engaging in the political process, for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here and engage in your local government. This is your democracy. We work for you. We are your public servants. And it is not for us to choose our own personal opinions, our personal friends, or our personal enemies, as people have done so on this dais, to attack individuals of the public with which they disagree. It is here, and we are here, to serve everybody. Every single one of you that are here tonight and took the time to come and be here, we are here to serve you. We are public servants. And that is what I'm asking for, to allow these 17 people the opportunity to be public servants. It has never been part of the criteria before. I would hate for us to be exposed to litigation by now suppressing people's freedom of speech and only choosing specific people's social media accounts, some of which are blocked. We have people on the dais here who have blocked social media accounts, and they're not held to that standard. So if we're going to bring up divisiveness, if we're going to bring up this, and we're going to put people on trial for volunteering, then we're not fulfilling our mission statement. We are not creating an atmosphere that encourages community involvement. And that is something that we all need to consider when we are making these appointments. And whether or not we're going to go through and have each single individual person be voted on is discouraging and directly against our mission statement of encouraging an atmosphere that encourages community involvement and volunteerism. That is my concern. That is a concern that was expressed in public comments that we received via email from the clerk. And several people said, then I don't want to be on neighborhood council. I don't want to apply. I'm going to withdraw my application. In a point in time when we're making such progress and having record numbers of people volunteer to serve for free, donate their time and energy to be on neighborhood council, it would be disheartening. And again, a direct violation of our mission statement to discourage people and put them on trial individually.
Could we let
To be on
someone
neighborhood
else have the
council.
opportunity to
Mayor,
speak?
I'm just asking to finish my statement. That is why I think everyone should be appointed. Everyone should get a chance. I also, one last statement, Mayor. If we're going to hold neighborhood council appointees to this standard, then we also have to ask the question that those who are currently serving on neighborhood council, if they will also be held to the same standard, if we're also going to look at current neighborhood council social media accounts. Because if we don't, then there's an issue there with equal protection. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Quick comment. I have a quick comment.
yes.
I just want to clarify that public statements and emails are already part of the record and can be used by this council to make a decision.
Thank you. Before I go to Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, I'd like to say the first part of the statements that Councilmember Luevanos said was absolutely accurate. But where she and I differ is when I started receiving so many complaints from the constituency, people I didn't know, and about individuals and questioning my decision on to move ahead with a couple of individuals. Then it was my feeling, because I represent you, that it's my duty to then bring this up and take another look. And so that's why that was done. So just because we make a recommendation certainly doesn't mean I or she or us was right. We can make a mistake. And that mistake would be that the constituency, the citizens of the city that we represent, disagreed with our actions, and they voiced that opinion. And so we took it a step further, and that's what's occurring here tonight. And with that, I'll give it to Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take up too much time. Originally, when these names came to the last meeting, there were a couple of names I was concerned about, but I figured, everyone has a right to have freedom of speech. Everybody has a right to represent their community, and they took the time to go and do this. But
when we decided to postpone it, I started looking and reading all the emails that I've been getting. And it's unfortunate, but there have been a high volume opposing two of the appointees versus a couple of ones supporting them. I was really mixed feelings, but when we have that many people coming forward saying they feel these people would not be a good representative on their neighborhood councils, I have to take that into consideration. And what I would like to think, if I remember correctly, going back, it's kind of hard to remember, I don't think either one of those people have been to a neighborhood council meeting on their applications. I'm not positive, don't quote me on that, but I don't think they are. So if by chance they are not appointed today, what I would suggest is that maybe they do visit some of the neighborhood council meetings and show that they are a part of the community and they want to interact. That might make some of the other community members feel more comfortable and more willing to support them. So those are the comments I wanted to make. So thank you.
A quick question to staff. I think it was said that people have withdrawn because that we're looking at social media. I'd just like to ask staff, how many people have withdrawn their name from applying for the neighborhood council because we may be looking at social media?
None to my knowledge.
Okay, so that was an inaccurate statement.
There was one email from a neighborhood council person who said she was withdrawing her application. Do you want me to state her name? I can state it.
No.
It was in the email. Her name is Judy
I
Mayer.
just heard it in a different context.
Her name was Judy Mayer, and she said she wanted to withdraw her application. You're welcome to read the email.
I don't want the email. I just wanted to know how many withdrew. Now I know. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the motion that we vote on each individual applicant for neighborhood council, 1 through 17.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And looks like Councilmember Luevanos, you want to speak again?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
I would just like to point out that if we are going to go through each individual, this staff report does not have all the social media accounts of each individual neighborhood council member. So how are we supposed to vote on each individual? Because I work 2 full-time jobs, and I'm a mother, so I don't have time to investigate all 17 social media accounts of every single person on this neighborhood council. And that's not in here. I did ask the mayor, the city manager, if that would be included in the report, and it's not.
City manager.
When the council continued this item from the last meeting, we indicated that we would continue to allow the individual council members to do their own homework and look at social media and do their own background reviews. I wouldn't want to put staff in a position of having to download all social media information on applicants. So we left that to the city council.
And as I recall, there was no requirement that we even looked at social media.
So
It was up to us to look at the applicants, look at the applications, and do our own vetting. And with that, I'll call for the vote.
So we will not be considering social media?
I'm sorry?
We will not be considering social media, Mayor?
It's up to the individual. It's the council members are going to vote, and they're going to vote on whichever way they did their research or whichever way they feel is correct. There's no guidelines on what we have to look at.
Well, then why did we have 4 set questions that we asked when we interviewed neighborhood council members?
Why do we have what?
Why did we have 4 questions, which we asked every single applicant? Why did we have a set of 4 questions? We said
Because that was the guidelines, in our case, it was for you and I to have consistency, to ask each individual the same questions. And that's why there was 4 questions, is to have the consistency. And then we took those 4, which was very limited. They're very short questions, very short interview. And then we based our decision to move it forward to the council based on that interview and on that application that we read. And that's why it went forward. Now I'll call for the vote.
So we are now going to consider unequal protection by changing the criteria?
No, there's nothing unequal about it. You're reading way into it. I'd like to call for the vote.
Councilmember Judge? I think we're still waiting for yours. The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Okay, here's what we're going to do in the interest of time. I will make the motion for each name in the order that they're on the staff report. Someone from the council would second the motion that I make, and then we'll do the count, and we'll do that on all 17 individuals.
So Mayor,
So I
point
make-
of clarification, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Point of clarification?
Okay.
You are going to make a motion, wait for a second, and then there will be voting, or will there be discussion on each individual?
Yes.
Yes, there will be discussion on each individual?
Yeah, that's exactly what's.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Could I say something before we start this voting process? Mayor, if I might, can I just say something before we start this voting process?
Yes.
Thank you. I really wanted to listen to this discussion in here because it has been certainly something that has concerned me and bothered me as I've read letters, both sides, et cetera. And I just want to, I guess the statement that I want to make is that I think it's good to have political discourse on back and forth. I am not in favor of a cancel culture where we try to shoot someone down and say they're not good because of that discourse, but I do think it's important to have different ideas. And so, there's certain people that we're going to be voting on, and I'm not even going to mention the name. One that has personally said some, what I find, personal attacks against me, including some diagramming, et cetera, that's not accurate. Likely I will still vote for that person because I believe that person desires good for the community, and it's an attack against a political official per se. I would hope this person changes the way this person operates because that's not constructive. Where I may have concerns is if I have perception of possibly with another person, whether there was something that could be potentially damaging to youth. And so I'm not even there yet, I'm not sure, but I just want to make that statement that I just want to make the statement that I think I believe it's all right. And I don't believe this is about, we're not supporting, this is not about a political statement, I don't believe. I believe it's about respect and who can serve well and will respect everyone's positions. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a brief
Okay,
statement?
no, we're done with the discussions. We're going to start moving forward.
I'd just like to say I voted no because I don't believe we should put volunteers on trial. Thank you.
What'd you say? We put somebody on trial?
That's what this feels like.
Is this a trial, city attorney?
No.
Thank you. Okay. I make a motion that we appoint Jill Abela to Neighborhood Council 1.
Second.
A motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
Okay, I make a motion that we appoint Delilah Minter to Council 1.
Second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Mayor, you said
No,
we
no,
could have
we're-
discussion with each individual?
I'm sorry?
You said we could have discussion with each individual.
Did we not have a second?
You have a second, but you did indicate that there can be a discussion on each individual.
I did indicate that? Okay, yeah, fine, I'm sorry.
I would just like to indicate that I don't have the social media history for each individual because I work 2 jobs, like many of our residents do. So, and some of these had blocked social media accounts, so I do not have all the information. Since this is a new criteria that city council members will be using to judge volunteers.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the criteria was given 2 weeks ago, the last council meeting,
And it did
you
not
had 2
involve
weeks
social media.
to do whatever you wanted in
It
your
did
way
not
of
involve
vetting.
social media. And it's not in the staff report.
Okay,
Councilmember Luébanos, waiting for your vote. The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
okay, I make a motion to include Alberto Vasquez de Zul,
Second.
Neighborhood Council 1. Motion and second, call for the vote. Or let me just,
Mayor,
would you like some discussion?
yes, thank you, Mayor.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
I would like to state again that I am abstaining because it was not, social media was not a criteria. It's not in the staff report, and as a full-time working mother, I do not have time to research every single social media account, and some of these accounts were blocked.
Ruth, excuse me if I might make a statement too. As a working mother with 2 jobs as well, it was my understanding that we could research how we wanted to on this, that we didn't have to research social media. So I just want to be clear that I don't believe that that's what we're voting on. I believe we're simply voting on each of the individuals. How we chose to research or not research is our prerogative. We could simply be, we read our application and we trust the committee that made the assignment. I believe that I felt very comfortable with the interviewing that I did with Mayor Pro Tem Dee Dee Kavanaugh, and so that is what I used, for instance, in this assessment. So I just want to make it clear that, in my mind, that's not what this is about.
Well, I'm trying to avoid the city getting sued for unequal protection of the law.
Mr. Mayor, if you might have a comment to make.
Yes.
Everything brought before this council from the ad hoc committees we set up are recommendations to the council. They are not set in stone. They are not. I thought I had it on. Anything brought before this council by the ad hoc committees we set up to review things are recommendations. This council can change those recommendations when it gets here. If we have CDBG funds distributed, I've seen this council debate CBDG funds for 5 hours to change it around from the ad hoc committee's recommendation. That happens. It's not unusual. The only thing that's unusual about this are the fact that we have citizen complaints about some of these neighborhood council members. Nobody is saying this is going to go on again or this is going to happen again, unless you may get these same complaints again. Then any council up here can change it however they think they see fit. Like I said, everything brought before this council is a recommendation. Nothing is set in stone that we have to follow.
I'm really trying to follow our mission statement of creating an atmosphere that encourages community involvement and volunteerism. I'm upholding the oath that I swore to uphold when I got elected.
Very good. Did we get the results on Alberto Vasquez?
Alberto Vasquez, the motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
Okay, I nominate Tom Williams to Neighborhood Council.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
I seconded.
Call for the vote.
Again, I will be abstaining because I do not have all the research before me for the new policy set forth to include social media.
Would you like just to give a blanket statement? We'll give you the time and you can just make that blanket statement so we can move on.
Well, Mayor, you so generously offered for us to have discussion after each individual, so I will be taking that point of privilege. Thank you very much, Mayor.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
Okay, now we're going to move to Neighborhood Council number 2. And I make a motion to appoint Suzanne Aguilar.
Second.
A motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
I make a motion to appoint Carl Birch to Neighborhood Council 2.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
I make a motion to appoint Dimitri Ehrman to Neighborhood Council 2.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
Mayor, may I make a statement?
Regarding Mr. Birch?
Yes, regarding,
Oh, wait, excuse me, Mr. Ehrman?
yes, regarding all the appointees for Neighborhood Council 2 and 4, and I'm voting yes.
Well, I thought you
Because-
wanted to make a comment for each one, you told me a minute ago.
Yes. So with regard to Mr. Ehrman, I am voting yes for Neighborhood Council 2 and Neighborhood Council 4 applicants because you and I follow the criteria that was set forth of the 4 questions that were given to all the applicants, and you and I had decided these were the ones that we were going to appoint. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
The motion passes unanimously
thank
for Mr. Ehrman.
okay, I make a motion to appoint John McHale,
Second.
Neighborhood Council 2. Motion second, call for the vote.
Same reason, Mayor, because you and I asked the 4 questions and used the same criteria for all of these applicants. I will be voting yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to move to Neighborhood Council.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Neighborhood Council 3. Make a motion to appoint Rebecca Alberon.
A second?
Have a motion and a second, call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Judge and Mayor Mashburn voting no.
Okay, make a motion to appoint Julie Brushin
Second.
to Neighborhood Council 3. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
Make a motion to appoint Evelyn Gatewood to Neighborhood Council 3.
Second.
Mayor, again, I did not have time to research all of her social media accounts.
So why did you vote yes for Rebecca Alberon?
Because I did have time to research some of them.
Okay.
Next.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos abstaining.
Okay, make a motion to appoint Amin Maksudi.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Now we're at Neighborhood Council 4. I make a motion to appoint Bobby Calderon.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
I make a motion to appoint Nora Frost,
Second.
Neighborhood Council 4. Call for the vote.
Yeah, mine disappeared too.
Councilmember Litzter.
Apologies.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Make a motion to appoint Brian Kane to Neighborhood Council 4.
Second.
Motion is second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would somebody else make this motion?
Make a motion to appoint John Lapper to Neighborhood Council 4.
Have a motion, need a second?
So this
Motion
count,
fails for lack of a second.
Mayor, may I make a comment, Mayor?
Yeah, we haven't slowed you down yet, so sure.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor. I really appreciate the opportunity. It is disheartening, to say the least, given that Mr. Lapper has contributed so much. He did give public comments. He did send an email talking about how he has been at dozens of these city council meetings. He has actively been engaged in city council meetings, in neighborhood council meetings. He has served on HOA. He gave a full resume of all the things he's done in the community. He has been a volunteer on ASO. And it is disheartening, to say the least, that we're going to exclude him. And there is no discussion or reason why we are excluding him from serving as a volunteer in neighborhood council. Not one council member up here has given a reason why he should not be able to serve on neighborhood council executive committee.
Just want to add real quickly, the council has discretion, and I just wanted to ask whether or not there has been a vote on this.
There wasn't a set, there was,
No second on it.
Okay.
So there's no reason given by any council member up here why Mr. Lapper should not serve.
There's no place for you to interrogate this council.
But I am here to hold us accountable.
Once again, Councilmember Lueva knows how to, respectfully, the council does have discretion, and it appears to me that they're exercising discretion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Michael Murphy.
Second.
Motion is second. Call for the vote. That's to Neighborhood Council 4.
The motion passes unanimously.
Boom.
In closing, this council, in my opinion, is doing their very best to do what is the best for this city. And that's what this was all about. We want the best people that have the best interest of our city to represent the different neighborhoods. So, thank you.
Mayor, if I might say something, do we have any of these fine people we just appointed present in the past? They would come forward and we'd acknowledge them, or at least, and I don't know, since we're back in person, I don't know if that's part of what we're planning on doing today, but I wanted to, if any of them are here, wanted to be sure we could stand and have them be recognized.
That's a good idea. Is there anybody that we just appointed here tonight? There's somebody.
In the past, you would come forward and he'd give you a pin, a volunteer pin, and I'm looking forward to getting back to those days when we are fully. Thank you for those willingness to serve, and we recognize, and having served on the neighborhood council myself, I know what a opportunity it is to participate in and learn more about our community and be involved in doing much good and vetting wonderful things for our community. So I just want to publicly say thank you to all those who thrown their hat in and all those who have accepted the position and are willing to serve. So just thank you.
Okay, next item.
Mr. Mayor, we have no items this evening under special presentations. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3C1, informational report by Youth Council, and Kristen Tignack is here to introduce the presenter.
Good evening. I have the honor of introducing Abhishek Jagannathan.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Abhishek Jagannathan, and I'm a sophomore at Santa Susana High School. This is my third term serving on the Simi Valley Youth Council and my first as treasurer. Tonight, I will be providing an update on the Youth Council's last 2 meetings, as well as the upcoming activities that we have planned. During our October 19th meeting, we had an informational presentation from Ms. Rebecca Zeitlin, a representative from the D.D. Hirsch Mental Health Services, where we were given a brief overview of suicide facts, resources, and services offered by the D.D. Hirsch Foundation. Following this, Ms. Zeitlin was presented with the funds that the Youth Council raised during our Suicide Prevention Rock Painting Night. After this presentation, we moved on to a discussion of the second annual Community Reads program. We finalized our Book to Action art project based on Rising Strong by Dr. Brene Brown. This book discusses how individuals can overcome challenges in their lives and rise up in the face of adversity. We decided to distribute paper tiles throughout the community so that members of the public can illustrate and share how they have overcome hardship. We placed in front of you both sizes of the paper tiles, which have instructions on the back if you would like to participate in the art project. We will be collecting these tiles at 2 drop-off locations, the Simi Valley Public Library and right here at City Hall in drop boxes at the information desks. We plan to use them to create a collage or mural for display at the library. We're looking forward to seeing your artwork and creating a community art piece that shows our community's resiliency. Additionally, we will also be helping the library by developing questions for the book discussions that will be hosted by the Simi Valley Public Library and participating book clubs. Next, we worked with Mr. Tyler McEnany from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute to narrow down focus topics and issues for our upcoming 2022 Youth Town Hall. We were able to identify 5 key issues: self-harm as a result of stress, a breakdown in communication between students and teachers, sleep deprivation, fear of reaching out about mental health struggles due to stigma, as well as transitioning back to in-person school from virtual education. Last week, we continued working on our 2021-2022 work plan, resuming discussion from our October 4th meeting. At that meeting, we selected 6 topics or issues that the Youth Council is interested in pursuing, those being mental health, school infrastructure, discrimination, peer pressure, social media, as well as sexual assault and harassment. To delve into brainstorming potential solutions to each problem, we broke off into small discussion groups, then reconvened in order to go over the new information, followed by a vote to determine which solutions we would like to explore. Looking ahead, the Youth Council's next meeting on November 16th will be held at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum in the Presidential Learning Center, where we will begin finalizing the topics for this term's work plan, establishing committees to begin work as soon as possible, and auditioning for our roles at the Youth Town Hall as part of our next step in its planning. In other news, yesterday, members of the Youth Council hid rocks from our Suicide Prevention Rock Painting Night at Lemon Park, so make sure to keep a lookout for rocks both there as well as in parks across the city. If you find an inspirational rock, post it and tag at Simi Valley Youth Council on Instagram, and you will have a chance to win a gift card, so keep an eye out. Also, stop by our Youth Council table at the city's 4th annual volunteer fair on Thursday, November 18th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Boys and Girl Club's Simi Valley location to say hi as we let middle and high school students know more about what we do and how they can get involved. If you haven't already, please make sure to follow us at Simi Valley Youth Council on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube to stay updated on our upcoming events and to see the original content from our hardworking social media committee. Once again, I would like to thank you, Mayor Mashburn, and the City Council members for having me here tonight, and thank you all so much for your continued support. I would love to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
I have a statement for you. It's the 30th anniversary of the Ronald Reagan Library, and Sunday they had a very nice celebration. And as proud as we are of you in particular, and the Youth Council, the Ronald Reagan Library brought up all of the fine students that have come through there for educational purposes. They too are very proud of what goes on there and proud of you, the Youth Council of Simi Valley. And thank you so much for being such a great representative of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Actually, if I could just make one quick comment.
Well,
AJ, you're brilliant. It was a wonderful presentation, and no disrespect to my male colleagues here, I'm voting you the best dressed tonight. So,
Thank you.
thank you for all you do, and thank you for the Youth Council. So appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is filed in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted, followed by speakers who are signed on to Zoom to speak for this public testimony item for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Agenda item 4A, public hearing on the redistricting process and to receive input from the public for redrawing of election district boundaries. This item is continued to the meeting of December 20, 2021. Next agenda item 4B, appeal of Tree Advisory Board denial to remove a parkway tree at 3427 Texas Avenue. And Chris Oberender and Ron Fuchiwaki are here for this presentation.
Mayor, may I make a quick comment with regard to 4A? I know we're going to continue it, but can I make a quick request?
I'm sorry?
With regard to item 4A? Can we ensure that the maps include not just 4 maps, but 5 or 6 maps that people want to make more? That layering feature? Can that be included?
I'm not following the question.
I know the reason we're continuing 4A is because people have not had the opportunity yet to use the map function. I want to make sure that map function includes not just 4, but if people want to make 5 or 6 districts, that they have that opportunity as well. Will that be included in that functionality?
It is in the functionality, and in the FAQs, people can produce as many maps as they want with as many districts as they want.
Okay, I just wanted to ensure that. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm here and pleased to introduce you to, if you haven't met him already, Chris Oberender, our Deputy Public Works Director and Maintenance Services Engineer. And in addition, joining us tonight is, over here on our left, Michael Sandoval. He's our Landscape Maintenance Superintendent and City Arborist for all our trees. And I'd like Chris to present the item tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. On October 6, 2021, the Tree Advisory Board reviewed and denied by a vote of 3-0 the request of Mr. Peter Seth Hunter to have a mature Canary Island pine tree removed from the parkway in front of his home, located at 3427 Texas Avenue. He is now appealing the Tree Advisory Board's decision, and his appeal request with the accompanying pictures are included in staff's report. His request to remove an approximately 55-year-old canary pine tree cited occasional damage to his roof tiles from falling pine cones, lifting of the sidewalk, and concerns with the tree's proximity to an existing fire hydrant. Staff had received Mr. Seth Hunter's request to remove the tree earlier this year. Our city arborist then conducted a field inspection of the tree on June 21st, 2021, and found it to be healthy and stable. Subsequently, Mr. Seth Hunter's tree removal request was denied by the department. In addition to staff's finding that the tree was healthy, we determined that the proximity of the tree from the home, along with the minor damage to the sidewalk, created a nominal impact in comparison to the tree's value as a neighborhood and urban forest amenity. Staff also found that the minor sidewalk deviants could easily be repaired by city forces and that those repairs would mitigate any potential concern to pedestrians. Staff also determined that the fire hydrant in question has likely been at this same location since the development of the track in the mid-70s, and that there appears to be no evidence of any damage to it from the mature tree's roots. As you know, the city has been designated a Tree City USA, and the department currently maintains and is accountable for approximately 30,000 trees within that urban forest. A majority of those trees are located within the street right-of-way. Trees throughout the city's urban forest are considered valuable assets and neighborhood amenities. This concludes our staff report, and we are available to answer your questions.
Okay, any council member questions of staff? Go ahead, Council Member Litzner.
Turn my mic on. Pushed the wrong button, my apologies. Appreciate the report and understand homeowners certainly want things so that they are comfortable for themselves. And I just have to preface this by saying I have removed pine trees from my property at another home. So I understand sometimes they can be problematic. But I'm also very cognizant that this is a visual as well as a designation. How many trees are on that side of the street? Have other trees been removed at all? And what is the spacing between the trees? Is there?
I'm not too sure we actually got a response from staff on that question.
Is that a question for
Yeah,
staff?
so yes, question for staff. Have, within that block, have other trees on that side of the street been removed?
I'm going to have our arborist answer that question.
Okay, thank you. And what was the reason for the removal? If so.
The reason being it was diseased and it was causing a hazard.
So within the 8 years that you were here, okay. And it was because it was deceased, okay. What is the general health of this tree?
It's perfect health right now.
Okay. Are these trees trimmed? And if so, would trimming possibly mitigate some of the residents' concerns?
We do prune these trees. Currently, we're on a cycle of 3 to 4 years.
Okay. And I recognize that this resident has a tile roof. Are we aware of other roofs that have been damaged by the trees that line this street?
To the best of my recollection, this is the only tile roof in that area.
Gotcha. And what is the distance of the tree itself from the roof or from his home?
It's approximately 40 to 50 feet away.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions?
Mayor, may I ask some questions?
Sure.
I just want to ask you, before I even ask the question, can you see when I click I have in queue on mine? I don't know if you can see it on your screen. Yes?
Okay. What was the question?
I just want to make sure you can see that I clicked in queue so you can see that I do want to ask a question. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, my question is, the pictures that we were shown showed broken tiles on the roof and pine cones and pine needles on the roof. Can pine cones and pine needles break tiles on the roof?
If there's a large enough wind and it's thrown hard enough, I imagine that could happen.
Okay, because I have friends and family that have those tile roofs and they weigh 200 pounds and, they sustain them. They don't break, the tiles when they're standing on. So that's why I'm curious, what kind of, severe wind or, would there need to be for a pine cone to break a tile on a tile roof?
I think that your observation that it would take quite an unusual force to break one of those tiles is probably accurate, that just falling on a tile, as you mentioned, wouldn't typically break one. It would take a possibly a 60 to 70 mile an hour Santa Ana to, especially at the distance that this tree is from the house, to inflict that kind of damage.
Okay. Does this tree provide shade to any adjacent neighbors?
It would provide shade, yes.
Okay, so removing the tree would remove the shade from those neighbors, is that correct?
It's a 60 to 70 foot tall pine tree, so there would be some shade removed, correct?
Okay, and there is, I believe, because I've driven down the street, a row of pine trees that gives an aesthetic look to the street, is that correct?
Correct. There's over 70 of these trees on this street.
Okay, so removing the tree would break the aesthetic look of the pine trees.
That is correct.
Okay. And are you aware of a study that shows that having tree-lined streets actually helps people slow down on the streets? Are you aware of that study?
I'm not.
Okay, so there was a study that was done by an urban institute that showed that having trees on residential streets actually is even more effective than having speed bumps and making people slow down because they want to slow down and enjoy the view. So it actually helps people slow down as well by having the aesthetic of the trees on the street. So in addition to providing shade, they also, people want to slow down and enjoy the view of the trees. Is there, and you stated that there was no damage to the fire hydrant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there was no damage is there any conclusive evidence that this tree specifically caused damage, whether by branches to the roof?
Not other than what the applicant has implied.
Okay, and there's adjacent pine trees, so it could have been a pine cone from an adjacent tree, right? It may not even be a pine cone from this tree, right, that's in front of the house that fell on the roof?
There is another adjacent tree that it possibly could have come from.
Okay, so there's no direct causation between this specific tree and the damage to the roof from pine cones?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If a roof is not repaired and debris is not removed from the roof, does that cause damage to the roof? Can that cause damage?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And last but not least, we are a tree city because they provide shade, but they also provide oxygen, and they also help lower the temperature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in a time when we just had an international convention declaring climate change an international emergency, we want to keep as many trees as possible. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And for our developers, we also ask if they have to remove trees, that they have to replace those trees. Is that correct?
That is typically our policy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, do we have
Mr. Mayor,
public wish to speak?
we have a public speaker card, and we also have a speaker card from the appellant.
Okay, let's go with them.
With the appellant? Okay. Mr. Pete Seth Hunter?
Good evening. I'm not sure, I'm confused. How much time do I have? Is it 5 or 15 minutes?
Yes, you have 15.
Okay. Tonight, I'm presenting evidence to the City Council to support the removal of the city pine tree planted in the parkway of my home located at 3427 Texas Avenue. My previous presentations for the removal of this tree have started in June of this year and have continued to this day. I made officials of the city of Simi Valley aware of the damage this tree has and will continue to cause to my home's roof. David Caceres, interim city attorney, Mike Sandoval, maintenance supervisor, Department of Public Works, and Ron Fuchiwaki, director of Public Works, are 3 officials of Simi Valley I have spoken with and emailed regarding the damage this tree is causing to my roof. The damage this tree is causing to my roof is documented in the form of an estimate for repair from Tech Hero Roofing for a dollar amount of $1,450 to repair my roof for damage this tree is causing to my roof. Tech Hero Roofing is a member of the Simi Valley City Chamber of Commerce. After reviewing my request for the removal of this tree, the Director of Public Works, Ron Fuchiwaki, suggested I contact the Simi Valley Tree Advisory Board. I presented my request to the Tree Advisory Board and their consideration of removal of this tree that's causing damage to my property's roof. The Tree Advisory Board's main concern regarding this tree was the health of this tree, which was determined to be good. It's a healthy pine tree, over 60 feet tall in my front yard. Their main concern was the tree is healthy and it looks good, not the $1,450 of damage it's doing to my roof. Please see the notes of Tech Hero Roofing on page 11, agenda item number 4B staff report, which makes reference to removing this tree to stop and prevent further damage this tree is causing to my roof. Tech Hero, as I've mentioned, is a member of the Simi Valley City of Commerce. The evidence of my roof damage is shown in the photos that you viewed. In agenda number 4B staff report, pages 34, 5, 6, and 7. If you look at these pictures, you see the accumulation of debris that this tree has planted on my roof, which is 30 feet from my house, not 60 or 50 like you just said. So that the wind blows, the tree goes back and forth, and these pines, I'd like you to look at this and feel it, are breaking my roof. Can I bring it up to you? They're being catapulted off this tree when the wind blows and launched onto my clay tile roof and breaking it, as the pictures show. This isn't like, oh, gee whiz, a tile broke. There's 14 documented broken tiles. In addition to the damage this tree is causing to my roof, this tree is in violation of Simi Valley Municipal Code Title 7, Chapter 3, Street Trees and Shrubs, Parkway Trees, Placement, which requires a tree be at least 10 feet from fire hydrants and alleys. This tree is planted 4 feet from the fire hydrant and has a girth of probably 3 feet. It's not a minimum of 10 feet from the fire hydrant, it's 4. And this is documented in a city report. You have to excuse my anger, but I'm totally frustrated with this appalling decision the city's making about this tree. My street, Texas Avenue, when the developer put
Excuse
this...
me, I'm sorry, what was that code section you just cited on the distance to the fire hydrant?
Simi Valley Municipal Code, Title 7, Chapter 3, Streets, Trees, and Shrubs. 7-3.09, Parkway Trees Placement, B, which requires a tree be at least 10 feet from the fire hydrants and alleys. You can see this code in agenda item number 4B, page 6. And you can see the placement of this tree on page 32. This particular hydrant of my address has been identified by the Simi Valley Fire Department as a fire hydrant by the placement of the blue reflective markers they have placed in the streets to identify the location of all fire hydrants. See the photos of this marker's placement on page 7 and 8 of agenda item number 4B staff report. The city has also identified the hydrant as a fire hydrant on their report, page number 28, line 11, agenda 4B. The hydrant also serves as a washout hydrant and a fire hydrant. This tree's location is in direct violation of Simi Valley Municipal Code Title 7. Staff stated in their report agenda, item number 11B2, page 2, paragraph 2, line 2, the roof damage caused by this tree is occasional. Well, that occasional damage is going to cost me $1,450. So it's not too occasional to me. Falling pine cones have also damaged my son's car and my neighbor's car. And those claims of damage were also denied by the city. This disregard and denying of claims filed by citizens of Simi Valley by the city of Simi Valley is appalling. When these claims are denied by the city whose tree is causing these damages and there's documentation to it, I find it annoying and appalling. I feel I've exhausted all means of resolving this effort to stop the continuing damage this pine tree, this city pine tree is causing directly with the city of Simi Valley. If we cannot come to an agreement tonight, I'll be forced to explore other means to resolve this tree issue. Other means such as legal representation, news media, and a petition from other homeowners of Texas Avenue to remove the remaining 74 pine trees. Listen to this, the remaining 74 pine trees of 168. Do those numbers reflect anything to you? Why have over half, almost 100 pine trees been removed from the street? Oh, because they didn't like them? No. There's got to be other reasons. They were removed, and the city is replacing them with a common variety that doesn't have pine cones and doesn't have the damaging effects of a pine tree. Common sense was not used during the selection process to use pine trees in a residential neighborhood. It becomes obvious why so many of these pine trees are now gone. If you do the math for these pine trees, of the 74 remaining, if each tree drops 15 pine cones, how many is that during the year that are falling onto the sidewalks, cars, roofs, and people using those sidewalks a year? 1,000 a year? I've spoken to my homeowner's insurance agent as to filing a claim for the damage caused by this tree. He advised me the insurance company would not consider the damage as one event, but each broken tile would be a separate claim, and the $500 deductible would be applied to each broken tile, so there would be no monies from them to cover damage, only a claim filed. My agent also advised me my homeowner's insurance could cancel my coverage as this damage could continue unless the cause of the damage is stopped and removed. Or they might just possibly increase my premiums to cover the extra liability of tree damage to my insured home. I don't want to pursue more steps here. I would like to appeal to your common sense about what this tree has and will continue to do to my home. How much damage am I going to incur before we resolve this? What do I have to do to stop this tree from damaging my house and my neighbor's car and my son's car? It's appalling. You've got to look at the reason why so many trees have been taken down. I'm a tree lover. Get rid of the problem trees and let's put some trees up that aren't going to damage properties of residents of the city of Simi. It's outrageous what's going on here. People are saying, officials are saying, yeah, but the trees looks nice and it's healthy and cars slow down when there's trees on the street. Well, happy days to all that stuff. I live on that street and my house is getting damaged and I want to stop it. I'm done with this damage stuff. What should I do? Spend $1,450 to repair my roof so that in a year I've got to do some more repair from damages caused by this tree? All the debris that are on my roof are impeding the drainage of my roof as well. So now the water's backing up on my clay tile roof and going past the seams and getting into the ceiling, causing rot and mold and more damage if I don't keep putting money into it to repair it. What else can I tell you? Do I have to go down there and cut it down myself? I'll be happy. I'll be happy to make a $500 donation to the city of Simi Valley if this tree is removed. And if you want to plant another one there of a different variety, I'm all for it. But this pine tree, this damaging pine tree, has got to go. And I can tell you, if I approach other residents, other homeowners on this street about these pine trees, it'll be a unanimous decision that they will want them gone. I haven't gone there yet. Other people that I've spoken with who have had their trees removed also describe the battle they had to get these trees gone. Common sense has left the arena here. Just use some common sense. That's all I have. I don't know what else I can say.
Thank you.
Thomas Bouchard.
Good evening. I'm Thomas Bouchard. I'm his Pete's next door neighbor. We moved in there. We'll be in that home it'll be 2 years in December. And you know, I have the pine tree on the other side of his. My neighbor on the other side of me has a pine tree in front of their house. You showed the pictures earlier. My wife's car in the driveway, that's half the size of the pine cone that hit the car on its way down and actually dented a steel car. For that kind of damage, and I put in a file back in April of this year, and of course was refused. I'm not worried about that, but as Pete said, they throw pine cones, they throw pine needles, they throw pitch 4 to 5 months out of the year. They cover cars, they're made to be in the woods. I don't know why they ever put them on the streets. As Pete alluded to, there are tons of areas up and down the street where those pine trees have been gone. And, you know, I'm more than willing to pay to have the pine tree removed and put something else in there that doesn't create the problems that those trees create. They plug drains, they fill the pool filters. These pine cones stick because not the cones, the needles that come out of these trees stick everywhere because they're like long needles. Somebody else mentioned, I believe the mayor pro tem said she had pine trees, or somebody else mentioned they had pine trees removed from their property. The people up the street, just up 3 houses from us, had a pine tree on their lawn. They got rid of it. I mean, they create so many problems. And I guarantee you, if Pete and I go up and down that street, every homeowner that has a pine tree in front of it will have the same opinion we do. We're just asking for you to get rid of those things. Put trees in there that look great, slow traffic. There's plenty of them on the street. They're not pine trees, but they look great. They shed their leaves, it's not a big deal. But these 60, 70-foot pine trees are nothing but a devastating. Some kid's going to get hit walking by there by one of those things one of these days, and you're going to have a suit on your hands that is going to well pay for removing all those pine trees. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have a Zoom?
David, I don't believe we have anybody on
There-
Zoom.
Yeah, there are no members of the public with their hand raised to comment on this item.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's it for everybody from the public that wants to speak? Okay. All right. Comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing, and also I'll forewarn you, questions also. Comments and questions from you.
Okay.
Excuse me. Comments from you, questions from us. There.
Okay. Just a quick comment on the Mr. Seth Hunter's comment about the Municipal Code 7-3.06 and the placement of trees adjacent to fire hydrants. The ordinance that developed this guideline was established in, I believe, 1974. This track was probably built sometime around that time. So, okay. So the track itself could have been in the planning stages, in the development stages. It could be that the determination of where trees were going to go and fire hydrants were going to be placed could have been already established when the ordinance, or could have been in process when the ordinance took effect. So we're not positive if they overlapped or if they crossed. In terms of the removal of other trees in the neighborhood, as Michael indicated, typically we remove trees when they are unhealthy or causing so much damage to sidewalk, curb, and gutter that they have to be removed for that purpose to replace the curb and gutter and sidewalk. But typically, trees that are removed by city staff are done because the tree is unhealthy and needs to be replaced. I believe those are the only two comments we have on the statements.
Okay. First off, you know the street, and sir, I ask you, don't call out, okay? Because then, but we'll wait until you see what we have to say, okay? That fire hydrant, and I don't want to talk about fire hydrants very long because I don't think that's the issue at all. But I'm not sure that's even considered a fire hydrant. Fire hydrants are typically have 2.5-inch outlets and maybe a 4-inch outlet. That's what's commonly referred to a blow-off valve or a wharf head. Now, not to say that if you're riding on the back of your fire truck putting down the blue dots that you wouldn't put one there, because firemen will take any source of water they can. So, but I think to refer to it as a fire hydrant may be inaccurate. It's not, doesn't qualify. Doesn't matter in my opinion. What I'm concerned about, you've already repaired the sidewalk, I think. Is that
If we look at it, what happened is it appears that the sidewalk raised up a little bit, and what we typically do if the lift is a 1/2 inch or less, we will grind it down and make it level, and so it's not a tripping concern any longer.
Okay, but that will continue to rise over time?
It may, and sometimes does, and we can either go back and grind it if it's just a small lift, additional lift, or we do have a curb gutter and sidewalk replacement program, and if it reaches to a certain point, we would go out and replace the panel.
Okay. But we would continue to do something with the sidewalk and leave the tree there.
Well, that's hard to say.
I'm sorry?
It's hard to say. It all depends on the situation at the time that we may determine that it needs to be replaced. Sometimes you can remove the sidewalk panels, and if there's a root in the way, you may be able to trim that root. And what we often do when we're near or when we see roots and we have to cut roots, we do, I think that's called a pull test. And we put ropes on it and pull it. If it's stable, we leave the tree. If it's unstable, we'll take the tree out. But it will all depend at the time, if necessary, to replace the sidewalk.
Okay. We see a lot of lawsuits coming through trip hazards and what have you. Not all of them are upheld, but we get a lot of claims on that. So that sounds like that's potentially something that would keep coming. When a pine cone hits a car, puts a dent in it, and resident files a claim, do you know, or maybe the city manager know, do we end up paying for that?
I have the claim right here.
It comes down to whether or not the tree is what we call a dangerous condition of public property. And to the best of my knowledge, staff has done an outstanding job of maintaining the trees and pruning it, as they indicated tonight, every 3 to 4 years. I haven't seen any negligence or failure to protect that condition. So generally, when we have claims like that, we haven't paid a claim like that.
Okay, and I agree with you. No way am I questioning what staff is doing. I'm questioning this tree. Being a person that has occasionally ridden motorcycles, you don't ride under a pine tree, period. Am I right? It's the fastest way to the ground. Okay, and then I'm picturing that street, me, anybody with a conch on the head, and I'm looking at the liability to the city. I understand where you're coming from, that it's a healthy tree, and I appreciate that, because we have two things to look at here. The environment, but we also have to look at what makes sense and what's safe for our community. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned about that tree in its best shape. We can't be out there watching it and running around with a net catching these things. And so it gives me some concern about that, the safety of the tree. And I happen to live in an area where there's pine trees, and boy, same problem. Everything he discussed, that's there. I don't know if they're healthy or not, but do you have any response to those concerns?
Typically, as our interim city attorney has mentioned, that we have claims every once in a while for pine cones that do fall onto automobiles, and the way those responses are handled is that anything that's an act of nature, such as the wind blowing a pine cone off or a pine cone falling, is not negligence on the city's part. And certainly we want to be careful about that kind of situation, but the pruning that our landscape division does on a very regular basis meets an ISA standard, which, as David mentioned, also protects us from any liability in that regard. And we do our utmost to make sure that we preserve the safety and integrity of those trees in that area. And in this case, there are over 70 of them, and the intent of the urban forest was to maintain the integrity of as many trees within that forest as we can. And in this case, any decision we're afraid of making any kind of precedent in this case would ripple its way through the urban forest and starting possibly in the street. So we're trying to maintain that integrity, and we certainly maintain the safety of all those trees as we do our trimming and yearly process of evaluating which trees need to be taken care of.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate what the job that's being done. I mean, there's no question there. That's not it at all. I'm worried about that type of tree in this type of neighborhood. Okay, I'll give up my time, and we'll go to Dee Dee Kavanaugh.
Okay, I have questions both for staff and then the appellant after we're done. Okay, so just for staff real quick, you hit the right word, precedent. That would be my number one concern here, setting a precedent, because I've also talked to somebody in Indian Hills before with a similar concern where they want their trees removed, and it's the same tree. So I would just want to be cautious of that. I sat on the Arbor Board for many, many years, so I know we value every single tree that we have in town. But there are always exceptions to that. So in the past, I know there are other trees, like walnut trees or something, that you can give them a shot so they don't mate. Is that possible with this type of tree?
I'm going to let our city arborist answer that question for you.
That's what I figured.
That is true. We can inject, what we've been doing the last couple of years is we inject growth retardant into the oaks to produce less acorns and reduce some of the growth and slow it down. And there is something that we can do with the pines. I'd like to correct myself. We are going to be extending the pruning cycle because of the drought we've had recently. But the last time we did prune this tree was in November of 2019. So we
Okay.
are very proactive in the city.
Okay, so that pine cone is heavy. I mean, it's not the typical pine cone we use at the holidays, you know, and decorate and stuff. It's really heavy, so that's what's produced by that particular pine tree, correct?
It is correct. Also like to make a point that last year we had 105 mile per hour gusts from that Santa Ana.
Okay.
So not usual, but it can happen.
Okay, and then my last question of staff would be, what would be I just had trees removed out of my yard. I had those Italian cypress that were 50, 60 feet high. Yeah, what a mess. But what would be the approximate cost to take out one of those trees? Just approximate.
Yeah, we actually had one of our tree contractors take a look at that. Their estimate was $3,500 to remove the tree and another $500 to grind the stump down below the surface of the adjacent ground.
That's about what I paid for my Italian cypress, so that makes sense. Okay. All right, those are all of my questions of staff. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, how this tree is 55 to 60 years old. Is that correct? So the residents that have lived there, and I'm not sure who, I know one of the residents said he's only lived there for 2 years.
I'm
So
not too
is
sure
it-
we got a response from staff on that question.
That is correct.
So that means these trees were there before the tract was built? Is that correct?
No, excuse me.
Or when the tract was built?
No, I think we were indicating the tree is 55 to 60 feet tall.
Oh, okay. How old would you estimate these trees are?
We believe the trees were placed at the time the development was built,
Okay.
which was in the 70s.
My concern, bless you, whoever sneezed. My concern is that both of the residents here mentioned the liability. Insurance was mentioned several times, that there was, broken tiles and that they were going to charge $500 deductible for each one, that this is an insurance issue. That, acts are supposed to be covered, certain natural acts, whether they're 105 mile per hour winds, that when there's damage that is caused, that's something that insurance is supposed to take care of. And we know that insurance companies don't like to pay out on claims. And because it's a business, they want to make money. My concern is that if we set this precedent and start removing trees, and again, if you remove one tree, there's still other pine trees that are adjacent to those pine trees. Is that correct, on that street?
Correct.
So if you remove one pine tree, that doesn't necessarily solve the issue because you still have all these other pine trees that are on this street. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the issue of, and I'm a Boy Scout leader, so I know you don't put your tent underneath a pine tree because I have done that mistakenly, and then I hear boom, boom in the middle of the night with the pine cones hitting the tent. So I know not to put my tent next to a pine tree. But this is an area that people move to specifically because of the trees. They move here because of that urban forest. They want the feeling of it being natural, smelling the pine trees. My parents have a house that's 25 years old. When they bought the trees, they were, 5 feet high. Now they're, 40 feet high. So I understand the issue with the pine cones, the sap, and all those things. And I understand that insurance companies don't like to pay. But that's not an issue that we as a city, we can advocate for laws that are holding insurance companies accountable to make sure that they pay on those claims. We can say, hey, you know what, we have evidence that there were 105 mile per hour winds and that damage was likely caused, and insurance company, you should pay out. We can appeal to the insurance commissioner in the state of California and say, hey, you need to pay these claims. But I'm concerned that if we go down the road of allowing people to remove a tree, then every tree will be removed. And there's a lot of pine trees in the city of Simi Valley. Everywhere I go, whether it's Sequoia Avenue, which is named after the pine trees, whether it's the Texas tract, everywhere I go in Simi Valley, there are pine trees. And so my concern is that we are going to, be setting a precedent that everyone is going to be removing their pine trees. And, what do we replace them with? What is the cost? What is the liability to the city? And again, you know, why do people move here? You know, they move here because we have trees, because we have parks, because we have the setting that people like, of that urban forest. And so that's my concern. You know, I'm happy to advocate on behalf of the homeowners in terms of providing evidence, you know, that this is a natural, you know, thing that happened, to show that, hey, we did, you know, trim the tree. But I think we're doing our due diligence in terms of making sure that we're trimming the tree, that if we can inject something into the tree to produce less pine cones, that we're doing our due diligence to protect the residents here. But I would hate for us to remove all of our beautiful pine trees that make Simi Valley the place that everyone wants to live in. So that's my concern. I do have another question. How many claims do we have of damage from falling pine cones? Do we have a lot of claims of that?
That's a tricky question. Maybe 2 to 3 over a 5-year period of time.
I think it's a little bit more, probably maybe 4 or 5 in the last couple of years.
And are they pine cones that are hitting people, or they're hitting trees, or or cars, or what are they hitting?
Cars and roof tiles.
They're hitting cars, so they're not hitting individuals.
And so far, thankfully not.
Okay, so we haven't had, you know, people are smart enough or quick enough to get out of the way if they hear a pine. Okay, because that was one of the concerns that was brought up. And so I'm looking at the history of, and these pine trees have been here for a long time, of, you know, has that happened? So again, want to make sure that we are maintaining the aesthetics of the city that people have come to love and enjoy. And that, you know, but that we can advocate for our residents in that regard, in terms of, hey, making sure that, you know, insurance companies are held accountable as well to pay the claims that they're supposed to claim, that they're supposed to pay, because that's why people buy insurance. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Okay. Councilmember Litster.
Thank you. I do have just several more questions. And actually, I had some, actually have some questions for Mr. Seth Hunter. But before, since you're here, let me just take it out of order. So if I understood the figures that were given, they're in this neighborhood, originally they were planted 168 trees, and there are 74 remaining. I thought I heard that statistic somewhere. Was that?
I'm not privy to the original count of quantity. I know we have 74 now.
You know that we have 74 now. Okay, so, and I guess my question had been then, so we don't know exactly how many planted originally. To your experience, have any of them been removed because of dropping items? Is it always disease or damage to road structure?
It has to be a damage to the infrastructure or diseased and becoming a hazard to the community.
So that's kind of been what the city's mode of operation has been. Okay. Okay.
Although I will note, you never know. At times, homeowners will remove trees without asking permission. So it is possible that some trees in the neighborhood have been removed by homeowners.
Gotcha. I understand that.
Along
Okay.
those notes, I'm writing up 2 that were removed inappropriately.
And so maybe I shouldn't ask this publicly, but it is a curiosity. When it's removed without the city's knowledge or permission, and it's the city's tree, what is the consequence?
I just wanted to add that, yeah, it's a violation of the municipal code to remove a tree on a city parkway without a proper permit, and that could be criminally liable, so I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. That satisfies my question in that regard. Thank you. That's good. Is it possible that I maybe could ask Mr. Seth Hunter a couple questions? Is that, are we going to do that later, or is now appropriate?
We were doing staff first, I think.
Staff first? Okay.
We're talking to staff right now.
Fair enough. Very good.
Okay, Councilmember Judge, thanks for waiting.
No problem. Thank you. I need you to come back. Sorry. I was trying to catch you before you sat down. But I'm just curious. Maybe you're the guy I need to talk to. To take out the tree and then remove it by grinding the stump, that's not enough to plant another tree in its place, right? Because there's not enough room there to plant another tree.
No,
right?
there's multiple factors to look at. Removing the tree is $4,000. Replanting the tree is a couple $100, depending on the type of tree you put in.
Right.
The valuation of this tree, because it's so old and mature, is about $25,000.
Wow.
Ooh.
So you're looking
that
at
would be-
removing 74 trees. You're looking at about, I think the numbers came out to $1,800,000
Yeah, that's a lot of
for
trees.
that street.
I'm talking about just one right now. So
Right.
thank you very much, though. I appreciate the answer. Because I know that when you grind a stump, it's really hard to replant a tree and things like that. So other things have to be done to make that happen, and plus the cost of the tree being fully mature. I mean, that's one option I believe that the city should give the homeowner, in my opinion, is if they want to pay for the complete replacement of the tree, including the value of the tree because of its age and everything like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that, as long as they plant another tree of similar, kind that can get big and clean the air, all that kind of stuff. Not so much a pine tree, because I agree, there may be a problem with having pine trees in certain areas, but I think you do need trees. So that would be the only thing I wanted to add to that. I mean, I'm sure that most homeowners don't want to incur that cost, and I understand that. But I've got trees in my neighborhood where I've seen the city come in and take them out because they are diseased, or they've broken during windstorms and caused damage to the infrastructure, the streets and stuff like that. So it's not something that the city does not do. The city's not being heartless in this. The city just looks at things from a perspective that the tree is not sick, the tree is fine. It does cause some damage, and I got to say that, that's what your homeowner's insurance is for, and it's something that if like Councilmember Luevno said, if you have a problem with your homeowner's insurance, we can help advocate for something like that. But you can't just be yanking trees out because they drop stuff on the street. Otherwise, the people that planted trees a long time ago have a lot of questions to answer, in my opinion. But that's it. That's my only question. Thanks.
Okay. This time the hearing is closed, and oh, did
We both would like to ask the.
We'll be quick.
what?
I'll be quick.
You guys want to have a conference?
No, I just wish to ask Mr. Seth Hunter a question or two before we close.
Honest, I have it on and I didn't see it.
I had it on, then I turned it off, sorry.
You shouldn't have turned it off.
Oops, sorry.
Well,
Mr.
now,
Seth Hunter?
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Mr. Seth Hunter, I just have a couple of really quick questions for you. Nothing, very simple. How long have you lived in the home?
I purchased that home in 1984.
Okay, so you've been here quite a while. How old is the roof?
I had the roof completely redone in 2012, 2014.
Okay, so it's still within like a 10-year guarantee or whatever. I don't know what it is on a tile roof, probably longer. That's why I just want to know how old the tile was. And is the damage on your roof in multiple places, or is it in one particular area?
It's in multiple places on the same plane facing the street.
Okay.
The proximity and the orientation of my house to the tree is a direct 90 on one side and actually almost another 180 on the other. So it's in an L, and the tree is approximately in the center of that L.
Okay, so it's a combination of tile roof, location of the tree, angle and everything, the weight of the pine cones.
Yes.
And the wind and everything.
And
Okay.
I have seen other roofs on the street that are not tile sustain the same amount of debris impacts and without any damage. But
Right.
if you were to drop that pine cone on a tile lane right here, it would crack and break. You can't walk on my roof unless you know.
Right, that I know. You can't walk on tile roofs.
Yeah,
So-
you have to place your weight very carefully.
Okay, and I know pine tree, they are messy. I drive up and down Sequoia all the time. They're gorgeous, but they're messy. So, okay.
I'm all in favor of planting other trees there. It
Oh,
just-
yeah, I know that's not, you're concerned just about is the personal damage this is causing.
Yes.
So I understand that completely. I would be
And I'm
very
even
concerned.
willing to make a donation to do that.
Okay. That was kind of one of my questions about, was there a way to stop the tree from producing pine cones? Because I know that's what I asked the arborist, so, okay. Those are my questions for you. Thank you, but I think Councilmember Lister had a question or two.
If I might, just to, in fact, I crossed off the ones that Mayor Pro Tem asked that I was going to ask as well. So just to follow up on there. So you bought your home in 1984.
Yes.
Was the tree there when you bought the home?
Yes, but it was significantly smaller.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. And was there, so do I understand correctly that it had a tile roof at that time? So is this the original roof that you've replaced some of the tiles, or did you completely replace the roof in 2012?
This roof is the original style roof, but I didn't replace the whole roof. The roof was pulled up and the underlayment was replaced and the tiles were put back on. So it's the same original roof for the most part.
You've replaced the underlining, but the tiles themselves may be original to the
Yes.
house. Okay. How do you clean off the roof? Because this is going back to my home that I owned for years that had pine trees above it. We would get up there frequently and blow dry it and shovel it off, and not blow dry it, you know what I mean? Whatever they got, you know what I'm saying? So it does take a lot of work to keep the roof, or that's been my experience, clean. And with a tile roof, how does one approach that? Do you try to somehow maintain or?
Well, if I could walk on my roof without breaking the tiles, absolutely. I would go up there and use a blower and blow everything off. But walking on that roof, unless you're educated and knowledgeable on where to place your weight, breaks the tiles. Because I have gone up there earlier trying to do just that and broken some tiles and had to replace them just by walking on it.
Fair enough.
But the thing about this pine tree and the needles and the debris that it drops, it seems to have a high sap content. So it doesn't really blow off. It impregnates the area that it lies in and almost glues itself down to whatever it's on. If it was another tree like the other trees that Simi Valley is planting on my street to replace these, they're just shedding leaves. And yeah, I would say there's a possibility they could drop a branch somewhere along the line, but not hundreds of pine cones like is being dropped up and down my street.
Well, I concur. There is some heft to that pine cone.
And you know, you have to look at the evidence of why so many pine trees have been removed up until this date. It hasn't been because they were sick or diseased. It's because of the problems that they're causing and the damage they're causing. I mean, I love trees. I'm all for saving this planet. You know, I don't want to cut down all the pine trees on Texas Avenue and walk away from it. I want to replace them with a tree that is user-friendly and not damaging like these pine trees. And I'm willing to make a contribution for that, to enable that to happen in my case.
And that's generous of you, and we appreciate that. But speaking of financial contribution, how you've approached your insurance company just recently, or did you approach them when you noticed the damage from the heavy winds?
I approached my insurance agent, Jerry Hayes, and who's been in the business for some time. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Jerry Hayes. And his advice was pretty straightforward. He said, you know what, the insurance company is not going to look at this as a single event. They're going to come out and say each one of those tiles is a separate event.
So when there was a heavy wind, did you approach him right then to say, to try to file a claim, suggesting?
But because, you know, you go out and you see a broken tile and you think, oh, not again. Well, this has accumulated over time.
Gotcha.
And now it's
Sure.
pretty evident that it's going to continue and get worse if the problem's not resolved. And that's all I'm asking for. Let's resolve this. Let's use common sense and let me do what I can as far as a contribution to resolving this issue, getting these, I'm going to say these because there's 74 other pine trees on my street, but mine, I'm willing to go the extra distance, repair my roof once and for all when the tree's gone, and make a donation to replace it with another tree. I like trees, but you're asking me to tolerate a tree that's damaging my house, my cars, my neighbor's cars, and it's not something that appeals to me or makes any sense. It's like saying, hey, you know what, this is really a pretty tree, but can you overlook the damage that it does? Because we like trees. And my answer is no. I like trees too. I like trees very much. But I don't like the tree that's damaging my house, in front of my house, that's approaching 60, 70 feet tall. And usually a tree will only grow as big as what's containing it. And the containment structure for this tree is the curbs and the sidewalks of my street. And if you go up and down Texas Avenue, those curbs and sidewalks are cracked and split and misplaced by these pine trees. So when a tree approaches this age, the strength and the size of this tree causes damage to the infrastructure of my street. The root systems go into the street, under the blacktop, and there's occasions where it lifts the blacktop, so there's more repair. So you keep coming back to the same issue. We got to maintain these trees. We got to maintain these trees. Well, you can maintain trees that require less maintenance than these trees, that do less damage than these trees. That's all I'm asking for. I want a nice tree in my front just like everybody else. But these pine trees are just not friendly neighbors. And when you drive up and down a street I know of other areas in the valley where there's huge pine trees in the street on White Oak Avenue. It looks beautiful. But when you look at the damage that it's causing, you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? I mean, if the city wants to say, hey, we're going to maintain all these trees and we're going to give you a blanket check of $1,000 every 10 years to repair the damage these trees are causing to your house, I wouldn't think that was great, but yeah, that would be a benefit, but the tree's still there and now it's costing you guys money to maintain it. And an abnormal amount of maintenance work is done on these trees because of the potential for damage they have. And I am 100% against pine trees on this street because of all the damage they've done and continue to do. And I don't want to overstate my concern here, but I think I've done that. I think I've explained what the issue is, and I hope you can see through my eyes some way to resolve this. To take that troublesome tree that's causing damage away from the front of my house, take it out, and I'll help contribute to the cost of putting a new tree in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Elaine, you're up? That's an old one? Okay. Comments, questions, City Council, any more? Everybody done?
May I make a motion, Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to make sure no one else has comments. Can I make a motion? Yes?
Sure.
I move that the city council determine the street tree at 3427 Texas Avenue does not satisfy the city's tree removal criteria and recommend that the tree not be removed and deny the residents' appeal of the Tree Advisory Board's decision.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Call for the vote. Whoops. I got it. No. It was, yeah, wait, I think it's yes. Yeah.
The motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh voting no.
Can we ask that they start looking into what I talked about, giving the trees the shot or whatever it is so that they don't produce pine cones,
Yes.
since we didn't pass this? Thank you.
We'll take a look
Thank you.
at that. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next public hearing item is Agenda Item 4C, a continued public hearing to consider city-initiated Simi Valley Municipal Code Amendments Z-S-749 regarding off-street vehicle parking in residential zoning districts, a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and introduction of an ordinance. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1319, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, amending Simi Valley Municipal Code Section 9-34.040 Z-S-749B regarding off-street vehicle parking in residential zoning districts, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. And Sean Gibson and Elizabeth Richardson are here for this presentation.
I'll turn it over to the Environmental Services Director, Stratus Paris.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. The
Good
purpose of tonight's meeting is regarding possible code changes to rear yard parking requirements at single-family homes. I will first provide a chronology summarizing what has occurred over the past several years, since this particular item has been presented several times to the Neighborhood Council, Planning Commission, and City Council. Then Deputy Director Sean Gibson will then provide a summary of the proposed code change. Associate Planner Elizabeth Richardson will provide a current summary of parking-related code enforcement issues. And also joining us in the audience is Mara Mulch, the Deputy Director in charge of code enforcement. So this all began on February 12, 2018, when community members spoke at the City Council meeting with concerns regarding parking violations they recently received. Most typically, these violations were related to improperly parked recreational vehicles in the front yards at single-family homes. At that meeting, the City Council directed staff to pause enforcement and to have staff prepare a report on recreational vehicle parking and to include neighborhood council input. So staff met with all 4 neighborhood councils in April and May of 2018. A majority of each neighborhood council board voted to consider allowing additional rear yard parking allowances to preserve front yard landscape requirements, but generally opposed allowing additional parking in the front yard. Staff returned to the City Council on February 11th, 2019, and requested council direction. The City Council directed staff to prepare proposed amendments to the Development Code to evaluate additional rear yard parking on residential properties. In addition, the City Council desired to maintain surfacing requirements for parking spaces, such as concrete, for parking areas on all parts of the property, to streamline the planning permit process for new RV storage businesses, and to broaden the commercial and industrial zones where RV storage land uses could be located. It should be noted that there was no council consensus nor direction to evaluate additional parking in the front yard. In December of 2019, staff presented the proposed amendments to each of the 4 executive board and neighborhood councils, and three of the four, because one lacked a quorum, passed motions to recommend amending the rear yard parking provisions. On January 22nd, 2020, the Planning Commission reviewed the City Council direction and neighborhood council recommendations. And after receiving public testimony, the Commission chose to move forward with a code amendment to add recreational vehicle storage uses to the Brandeis Bardeen Institute specific plan and to streamline the code to allow for administrative approvals of indoor RV storage lots. These particular amendments will be brought back to the City Council as part of a comprehensive code update. However, due to a number of concerns, the Planning Commission formed a subcommittee to further examine rear yard parking options with staff. So on February 11th, 2020, the Planning Commission subcommittee, consisting of Commissioners Rice and Castleberry, met with planning and code enforcement staff to review the history of parking on single-family residential properties, to examine the proposed amendments, and evaluate concerns on enforcement. At the conclusion of the meeting, the subcommittee recommended that no changes be made to the ordinance and that enforcement of the existing rules resume. On September 2nd, 2020, the full Planning Commission then considered the recommendation of the subcommittee and ultimately recommended that the City Council denied tonight's proposed code change and to resume enforcement of existing standards. The reasons for the Planning Commission's denial were based on the following: that the amendment would create enforcement challenges rather than resolve the issues at hand. It would have add significant cost associated with enforcement of new violations, such as inspection warrants if violations are not readily visible. Rear yard parking provisions would not necessarily motivate residents to construct paved areas in the rear yard due to the expense, and possibly result in a loss of on-street parking due to the new driveway approaches. This item was on the agenda for the January 25th, 2021 City Council meeting, but the City Council continued the item to a date uncertain due to the potential impacts of recreational vehicles being used as quarantine space during COVID. However, a few weeks ago, the City Council asked to hear this item. And that brings us to tonight, where we are ready to discuss the rear yard parking change, which will be presented by Mr. Gibson.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. To recap, the current rules for parking on single-family properties are depicted on the screen in the shaded areas. On the left-hand side screen is a typical interior lot without a corner. The shaded areas are permitted parking locations, including the driveway leading to the garage, a 10-foot area on the side of the garage to the closer side yard, parking on either side of the main house between the front and back edges of the house, and on the entire driveway leading to any approved garage or carport in the rear yard. So the entire shaded areas are currently permitted parking areas on single-family properties. On the right-hand side, very similar. This is a typical in Simi Valley, a curved driveway leading into the garage. The 10-foot parking in the front area is on this right-hand side. And then if there is access to the rear yard, there's a driveway leading to an approved garage or carport, which one may park a vehicle on. And again, on the opposite side yard of the house is the area where you may park a vehicle. Now, these vehicles may include cars, trucks, boats, recreational vehicles, motorcycles, jet skis, utility trailers. Those are all types of vehicles which may be parked in these locations. This is an example of a RV park in a permitted front yard location. Note that the site also includes the required 50% minimum landscaping. This example shows a trailer parked in a permitted side yard location next to the house. And this one's behind a fence. Now, getting into the proposed amendments we presented to the Planning Commission and the neighborhood councils, the proposed rear yard amendment would allow for uncovered rear yard parking up to 400 square feet for lots less than 1 acre and 800 square feet for lots 1 acre or more. This square footage is equivalent to a 2-car garage or a 4-car garage. Unlike current rules where you could only park in the rear yard if you're in a garage or carport, this would allow open, uncovered parking in the rear yard. Note that this proposed revision does not limit the number of vehicles, but rather just the area where the vehicle may be parked on. To achieve this, the provisions to allow rear yard parking include the following provisions. Must have an approved curb cut and driveway access from the street. The area must be concrete paved. Combined with all other structures, must not cover more than 40% of the required rear yard, which is the rear 20 feet of the property. And a city zoning clearance and encroachment permit, if necessary, would be required. In addition, these rear yard parking areas must be screened by a 6-foot-tall fence or wall, material approved by the city. A gate setback on side yard would apply. Approved rear yard parking area must be set back 3 feet from the side and rear property lines. And if access to the rear yard is from the front yard, you may only access on the side of the house where the 10-foot wide parking strip is permitted. So in this case, you could access the rear yard on this side of the property not this side under the proposed wording. This is a example of a RV parked in a rear yard, which might benefit from the proposed ordinance. This is an example of properties over 1 acre, which may benefit from up to 800 square feet of parking of uncovered vehicles. These areas, again, would have to be paved, and it appears they would have access, approved access from the street. Now, this is an example of several vehicles parked in the rear yard, and various situations. Some of these may or may not be permitted. Some may have existing garages where they could access to it, but this is just an example of if the city wants to permit additional parking in the rear yard, these situations could expand into larger situations beyond the original intent. This is more of a worst-case scenario where parking in rear yards, as far as among other things, could create health and safety issues, various aesthetic issues, and other violations. And gaining access to address potential code violations could increase those concerns. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Richardson for more discussion on code enforcement.
Good evening. The code enforcement section has received a total of 115 complaints involving parking violations since the suspension of on-site parking requirements in February of 2018. Of those, 65 have been abated or have not been not substantiated, and the remaining 50 are currently being reviewed by code enforcement staff for compliance with the current standards. Previous City Council direction was to pursue violations on a complaint basis only. However, this has resulted in an overall erosion of compliance and a significant lack of understanding of the permissible on-site parking options throughout the community. Should rear yard parking options be expanded, enforcement efforts would be hampered by the lack of officers' access to the rear yards, and additional resources needed to obtain such access would be necessary. When enforcement does resume, regardless of adoption of any code changes, code enforcement staff proposes conducting a community education campaign over a 6-month period to identify violations and to inform and educate the public on acceptable parking locations. Code enforcement staff will be making presentations to neighborhood councils, homeowners associations, realtors, recreational vehicle groups, and any other community groups identified as possibly enhancing the community's knowledge to the city standards. And the Planning Commission recommends denial of the proposed amendment to rear yard parking and not allow additional rear yard parking options. Staff recommends that enforcement be resumed as outlined, and staff is available for questions.
Okay. Questions of staff. So I have first Elaine Lister.
Thank you. Can we go back to the picture of what our code currently allows? It was one of the first ones, if that's, I believe.
What was your question?
I'm going to, I just wanted to look at, yes, thank you. I've always wanted to use this pointer, and this is my opportunity, finally. So here's my question. This area here is allowed, and this area here is allowed for parking. How do they get there if there's no, I mean, are they allowed to drive across the grass? They're supposed to come up, but they're not supposed to go over the curb? How does this work?
So I'll take a crack at that first.
Please.
Yes. Well, one option is you could drive over your property to get to it. Some people may not take their vehicles out frequently, so it's not a major burden. Other property owners may actually pave or provide concrete strips to either access it through the driveway, or they may hop a curb here. Some people might have curb cuts, but that's not always the case. But one thing to note is in our situation, you are not allowed to park in this area. You may use it to access this side area, but you're not allowed to park here.
Okay, so technically, okay, so you'd come this way and then maybe drive across the grass and get there. You're saying that it's not, is it illegal to go up the, I mean, is that wrong? That's breaking code if they jump the curb there. Is that what you're telling us?
I was going to add, Councilmember Litzer, you actually hit on a very important point here. The code doesn't actually, it almost encourages to either jump the curb.
Well, that's
drive
what
across the
yeah,
grass.
right.
And so unless you have the perfectly situated property, maybe you're on the corner, maybe you have side access through a side driveway, this rule can create problems, and we can show images, from aerials or from other perspectives of what people are doing out there in the real life. They're sometimes going up the handicap ramp at the corner of a pedestrian ramp that using that, and then frequently they're parking in that front yard. So this rule is very unique to Simi Valley. It's something that a lot of other cities don't have. It's something that the way our code has evolved over 40 years to allow it. So that's kind of the genesis of it.
Gotcha. And are there temporary little ramps that a homeowner could use to get up that wouldn't cause damage? Just, is that reasonable?
We've seen interpretations of this where people have applied for or maybe have installed a curb approach there. So it eliminates curbside parking because they now have a second driveway on their property. Some have actually, maybe put in strips of concrete. Sometimes they've paved the entire area. Sometimes that additional paving reduces the overall landscaping below the 50% threshold.
Gotcha.
Sometimes properties might be big enough to accommodate it. But it does create a challenge when it's not just one lot. Every lot up and down the street, if they're all doing it, you can imagine how many driveway approaches can be on one particular block if everybody was taking advantage of this one particular code provision.
Gotcha. Let me just, this wasn't part of your presentation, but one of the people who speak frequently about frustration with RV is setback from the front. Does the code currently outline any setback from the front? I see there's a 10-foot maximum, but if an RV was parked here, how close to the sidewalk can they be?
Currently, there are no vehicle setbacks from the property line.
But there are setbacks for fencing, or site setbacks for other hedges, et cetera. Is that accurate?
There are fencing and hedge setbacks, but motor vehicle setbacks are excluded from that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Lots more questions, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Judge.
Thank you. I don't remember what year it was. We had a city attorney, Marjorie Baxter, or I think her name was Baxter. She made a ruling about this parking in the backyard because there was a homeowners association that was giving a homeowner problems with parking in the backyard back here. And she determined that that was legal, and she allowed that homeowner to do that. And it wasn't a specific case. She said that that didn't meet the criteria of what the council had originally put that in place for, was to make sure that people don't camp in their homes back there. So this gentleman had a home where he had a driveway which was extensive, went all the way back to the end of his property, and that's where he parked his boat and his RV. And it was completely reasonable to me when he brought it to me. Nobody lived in that thing. It was way away from his house. But it would come into this thing where you couldn't do this without a garage or a carport. So I was just curious why that wasn't included in the report.
I want to make sure I understand your question correctly. But a little bit of history, about 10 years ago, this driveway area where my pointer is, you were not allowed to park there, but we did a code update around about 10 years ago to allow parking all the way from the street, all the way to the entrance of the garage or carport in the backyard. If this garage was over here, the driveway would be length here, and you could drive all the way up to your permitted garage or carport.
Yeah, what the city attorney did, though, is they took out the requirement to have a carport or garage. I don't know how she did that, but she was able to do it legally at the time.
I'm not aware of that determination, otherwise I would have definitely mentioned that.
Could you clarify for me, what he's saying, I think, is why is the approved garage or carport have to be there? Because your RVs are typically bigger, taller, and won't go in that carport or garage unless it's a very tall carport. So why could you not just have the prepared surface, paved or concrete, run back where you have the garage and carport? Maybe I don't want a garage or carport. You'd leave your RV out because of the size.
Right, that's the point of the discussion tonight. Current codes say you must have a garage or carport to park in the rear yard. So to get around any sort of parking in the rear yard, you must build a garage or carport, whether it's an RV size unit or a vehicle size unit, because they all come in different shapes and sizes. This proposed ordinance tonight came up. How many vehicles do we want to allow in the rear yard? How do you want to regulate it? Do you want your whole rear yard to be included? You could park anywhere in your rear yard, or do you want a permit system to limit a specific amount of square footage as presented tonight, such as 400 square feet, which is the size of a two-car garage? Or do you want to provide, open up the whole backyard for unlimited parking?
And keep in mind, this discussion, although it's centered on RVs, is not only RVs. It's for if you have a race car that you want to park in back, you don't necessarily need a tall carport.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's really for all vehicles.
Yeah, so we probably ought to confer with the state to find out what they're gonna have us do.
Well, that's actually an excellent point, Mayor Mashburn, because when we talk about off-street parking, we kind of look at it in this narrow way, but remember with ADUs and SB 9, garages are being eliminated. So on one hand, we're eliminating garage parking. Here, perhaps the code is to broaden on-site parking in other areas of the property. And so it's not just always one ordinance, it's all these multitude of ordinances and the cumulative impact they could create.
Which, I'll ask one more quick question, then get in line where I belong, is, I think I saw a 3-foot setback for RVs. What's the setback for an ADU?
4 feet.
It is 4 feet? Oh, okay, I thought it was less there. Good. Just thinking they ought to be the same.
Well, a building, it has to meet the building code, and a vehicle is, not in the same category, so it's,
Okay.
that is the difference. But yeah, that is the key item that we're bringing forward tonight. The current rule requires the carport garage to be there to park in the back, and potentially tonight would be to eliminate that garage or carport requirement.
Okay. Dee Dee Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, good. I was a little confused on that until you just made that comment. I thought we were going to deny backyard parking completely. So really all we're asking about is denying the requirement for a carport.
This rule still applies.
Okay,
That's the rule on the books today. We're
Right.
not proposing to change it. Now that we're trying to perhaps broaden it. And Sean, do you want to show the slide with the?
okay, amending it to remove the requirement for
Yeah,
a
one of these.
garage.
I go back to that one. So now we're showing, like, there's your image where if you just went straight and no garage or carport leading to the back, but being allowed to park there now.
So we currently can park there.
If there's a garage or carport.
Okay, got it, okay.
And now we're trying to take it away, and that's what it could potentially look like. But
okay.
also, again, not to have that unintended consequence of the one house, that outlier that had everything in the backyard.
Oh, I've seen those,
Trying
yes.
to say, this defined area, this defined size is the amount we're willing to accommodate.
Okay, I was misunderstanding. I thought we were going to deny or allow backyard at all. Okay, so that helps me on that one. On the staff report from January of 2020, Neighborhood Council suggested a front yard parking alternative. Is that something we can look at later, or I can bring up at another agenda, as an agenda item?
As a what?
Because that's not something we're looking at currently, correct?
It's not on tonight's
Okay.
prepared. However, again, we've gone back and forth on this issue a number of times with the council, the commission, and the neighborhood councils. And the majority of the neighborhood councils were not in favor of that. One particular one, Neighborhood Council 3, in the old district boundaries at the time, was encouraging that. So
Okay.
again, but we're kind of looking at the majority consensus.
Right, so that will be something separate. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
But it is in, That's on page 6 of the staff report.
It is discussed in the staff report. It's not part of the proposed ordinance, so I believe you're welcome to discuss it, and we do have.
Right, okay,
we
that's,
do
I
have
just
a
wanted.
slide which shows a couple of those options,
Okay.
if you want to
That would
discuss it.
just be something I would be interested in looking at some point, but with setbacks and landscaping requirements. So
We can certainly do that tonight.
or we can, would it be
Or we
faster
can
to
do it
do it
later.
separately? I think it'd be faster to do it as a separate entity. Okay. And then the last question, right, because that's going to be that's a big discussion as to what we would allow and we wouldn't allow. And the only reason I want to look at that type of thing is because not every housing has that 10 feet available on both sides. So that's where that would come in from. Okay. I wouldn't want the RVs on both sides. It would only be one side or the other. Okay. And then the other question I had is, we talked about jumping the curb, having a family with RVs in the past. I know that is done a lot. And I think you and I had an explanation, or Sean maybe, where it does destroy those corners because that cement is not strong enough it wasn't designed to hold the weight of those RVs. So that I completely understand. The jumping the curb by using the blocks or those special ramps that they have, do those protect our curbs normally enough, just in general?
I wish our Public Works folks were here.
Well, I can tell you, it will protect the curb, but it won't protect the sidewalk.
Okay,
And
good
you
point.
may recall, we've had a claim where a resident fell into a water main cover that was broken, that was on the sidewalk.
Because
of a vehicle jumping the curb. So it may protect the curb itself, but it won't protect everything after that.
It's still the same amount of weight going across.
Right, that's a good point too. Okay, and then the other thing, in a couple of areas, we talk about curb cuts. So that would be where the curb would actually be cut for the tires, but then we'd have the same problem with the sidewalk, correct? I mean, that could be a similar problem. If we do the curb cut to allow, but our sidewalk still is not reinforced.
That could be still a problem, yes.
Okay.
But we would rather have
A curb
a
cut.
curb cut with an apron that would accommodate they would re-pour the sidewalk to accommodate the additional weight.
Okay. And then the last question I had is, we talked about the extra people adding extra driveways. Don't those have to be permitted?
Yeah, so anytime someone changes the curb, they're supposed to get an encroachment permit from the Public Works Department.
Right.
Because there really should be some regulation or oversight about that. How many, how close, how far apart are the two driveways on the property? What's happening off-site onto the next property? And so they should be coming to Public Works to get an encroachment permit to make any modification.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I had a neighbor that wanted to do that, but then his neighbor said no, and so he was not, because of the location and everything, so it was not granted.
Sometimes city infrastructure, street lights, things like that affect these
Mhm.
driveway
Yeah,
placements.
he wanted to do a circular, so it's come in and out, but
And that has, in a circular, has to have a certain radius to it. You just
Mhm.
can't make a very exaggerated
Okay.
view.
The other issue on that is when you do put a curb cut in, you eliminate an area where a car can park at the
well,
curb.
that's what I was going to ask. At a curb cut, can't you still park in front of it? No. Why not?
I don't believe, we have lots of officers here that can probably answer it. I don't believe you can park in front of a driveway, can you, Dave?
Oh, not a driveway. Is a curb cut or a driveway the same thing?
Same thing.
Oh, see, I
Just
was looking at it differently.
He's talking the apron too, which really makes it a driveway.
Got it. Okay. I'm thinking more of a curb cut, just the curb part. I'm not talking about the full apron. Okay, so so a curb cut and a driveway, we lose that spot no matter what. Okay.
Yeah, a driveway the definition is that it's the path from the street to a legal off-street parking space, let's say a garage or a carport. So it's the path of travel is the driveway.
Right. So even if there's nothing there, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter that the car coming out of my driveway across the street blocks me all the time because he's legal on a curb.
I'm sure the police have a hard time because it could be your vehicle or someone you know, but what if it's not? And what if it's another person parking in front of your...
Right. Well, like this one, that somebody parks across from my driveway, and I mean, it's a public street. They're allowed to park wherever they want, but it's constantly there. And I do have a trailer on the side of my house behind a gate, which makes it difficult to sometimes get in and out. So, but I know who it is. So if I need to ask him to move, I do. All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Lebanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions. You said in September 2nd, 2020, the Planning Commission recommended leaving the law as it is and enforcing the law because of the costs associated with new violations. So what would those costs be? And what are those enforcement challenges besides, I'll just let you answer that.
Yeah. I think I was going to go through the staff report. So one of the difficulties is when you have the parking in the rear. Right today, when we see a parking violation, let's say in the front yard, it's readily accessible to the code enforcement officer. But these situations where you see all the parking in the rear yard, it's difficult to access. So to access and respond to a violation, if the homeowner refuses, then the only way to sometimes resolve that is to perhaps get an inspection warrant. Also, when you can readily see the vehicles in the front, you can get license plates or run registration information and like that. So sometimes you don't even know what vehicles are back there or what, information. So it's that bit of a challenge of having the proper data.
So the pictures that we have, the aerial pictures, are those like taken from drones, or how do we have those pictures?
Oh, those are Google Earth. And, that'd be an interesting way. Again, the city isn't proactively going through Google Earth, looking at people's properties and writing up violations. It's a complaint basis only. But if you spend enough time on Google Earth looking at the city, you will see things like this in many places around the city, sometimes on very large parcels or sometimes in a very, typical neighborhood where you don't realize what's going on in the backyard.
Maybe we can have Mara with code enforcement address the challenges with the code enforcement side of it.
So to dovetail to what Stratus was just speaking to, in terms of rear yard properties, officers don't have legal access unless the property owner grants permission or we obtain a warrant from the courts. And the warrant from the courts isn't just code enforcement time, it's also our city attorney's time in redirecting him and his staff from other citywide priorities, and then also prioritizing that with the number of items that we're putting in front of the courts in terms of priority, especially in COVID times and backlogs in the courts processes as well. From a perspective of Google Earth, yes, there are areas that we can substantiate there's violations, but can we testify and assert to the fact in a court that we have directly observed those violations? Those pictures are a moment in time, and especially when it relates to vehicles, the vehicles can be moved in and out, and each vehicle parked in an illegal spot is its own independent violation. So if we can't assert to the court, if we don't readily get compliance, then we don't really have a court-ready standard in order to be able to pursue remedies through the court process.
Okay, so
It's
a lot
very,
of resources, a lot of time taken away from other things.
if it's not readily visible from the public right-of-way and then readily verifiable from the public right-of-way, meaning if there's height restrictions, if there's number of vehicles and all those kind of things that we can't see without entering the person's property and verifying that they are indeed in violation, it can be quite cumbersome and quite challenging to obtain that evidence without additional costs to the city.
Okay, so we were talking about dozens of staff, city attorneys, law enforcement.
It can be, yes.
Hundreds of hours of time taken away from other things to just enforce the rear parking.
Yes, and that's after going through our administrative remedies, in which have appeals abilities and administrative hearings and things of that nature before we even get to the court process. And these are for people who don't want to readily comply. Often our community is very good about when we explain to them what the rules and regulations are. However, in the instance of single-family off-street parking options, as was pointed out this evening, many of these are related to RV parking. Many individuals bought their homes either with the perception that they had RV parking because their realtors informed them of that, or they saw other neighbors parking in similar locations, when indeed those actually weren't legal parking locations. But people make home purchases based off of that perception. And so that's why, when we talked about in the staff report in terms of doing community and outreach and extensive outreach before reinvigorating enforcement on this topic, is recognizing that that is a significant financial investment and that people would have to find alternative locations for their recreation vehicles or other vehicles that they have parked in the illegal spots to date.
Okay, so do we currently have anything, because I'm a two-time, home buyer, and I'm one of the few people, I think, that reads everything. We were literally there hours at the escrow office before we signed all the documents, and they looked at us like we were crazy, because I read everything before I sign it. But I know people don't, and whatever the realtor tells you, if they say, oh, it's an RV, you have RV space there, they won't tell you whether or not, are they required, are realtors required to tell you whether or not it's compliant with the city laws or
I
not?
can't speak to the obligations of the realtors to know every single zoning requirement. However, if there's unpermitted work on a property, or if somebody has been made aware of the fact that it wasn't legal, the owner who is selling the property has a responsibility to disclose, and that would be a civil remedy between those two parties at a later date.
But that could be something that's in the stack of documents that you sign at escrow, right?
But we don't have the authority over those stack of documents
Right.
because we're not the California State Real Estate Board. So we don't get to dictate what they can include, but we would do outreach to our residential real estate community to be able to increase the level of awareness, and hopefully, as good neighbors and good business individuals within our community, they would help to educate the community from there going forward.
Okay.
And not just waiting for complaints going forward, actually holding whatever standard gets decided, holding that standard, and not just waiting for neighbors to complain. Because as you get a new neighbor, what has been legal and okay for 10 to 15 years while you've resided in that home is no longer okay if the new neighbor doesn't agree with that, right? Because the rules are the rules. So we're in a position of, since this has been on hold for a significant amount of time, it's an issue in my nearly 15 years of employment here that has come up 3 to 4 times and dates back to a lot of community discussion to the 80s. Past direction was to only respond to complaints, but as we've followed that direction from past city councils, it has actually eroded at the community's understanding of the standards, and then creates a lot of discord when those standards are enforced upon.
So, excuse me, you're saying, because I always say, for whatever reason, the city was not proactive. So what you're saying is it's always been the direction of the council.
I wouldn't say always, but in recent history, dating back during my tenure of employment here, predating my involvement in code enforcement, several times the council was brought a discussion of council or enforcement priorities, and staff identified which would be reactive and which would be proactive. And consistently during my tenure at the city, that the on-site parking was a reactive enforcement priority as directed by the council. But I can't say always. But in my tenure here, that's been consistent.
Also, when you talked about real estate, has there ever been an effort to, I know if you purchase a home, you get a stack of disclaimers, whatever you want to call them. And have we ever looked into that to find out if we could do that? I mean, it's easy to say it's illegal or we don't have the authority. Have we ever looked into it to find out what is it?
I personally have not, and I don't know under what jurisdiction we could mandate that without adopting. I know there are some jurisdictions that require kind of a building permit search and a code enforcement search for the transfer of every single property, like cities of Santa Monica and some other cities in the greater LA area do mandate that, but that would be a separate ordinance. Outside of that, just voluntarily asking them to include things, we wouldn't be able to make it a mandated disclosure without taking some other enforceable action.
Okay, my opinion is that is square one. That's where we start, and we haven't done anything. So,
Mayor, may I ask a few
Go
more
ahead, I'm
questions?
sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. How many code enforcement officers do we have right now?
Currently, we have 3 on staff with 2 vacancies.
We have 3 on staff with 2 vacancies?
Correct.
How many code enforcement officers would we need if we change this to the rear parking?
I don't know that increasing the number of code enforcement officers is going to make the enforcement more viable. I think the issue is that if someone doesn't want to readily comply, it's going to take exhaustive efforts of the city all the way through the courts. And I could defer to our interim city attorney to speak to the balance of taking things to the courts.
Can I just clarify real quickly, Mayor? Your question was whether or not we can supply and provide our municipal code as part of the disclosure documents on every real estate transaction?
yes.
I don't think we can. That really is a private affair. As
Okay,
indicated.
my question though really was, have we ever researched it? Do we know we can or can't?
Generally, the idea is that people are presumed to have knowledge of the law. And so ignorance of the law, as we've heard probably hundreds of times, is not a defense. So there is a burden put on people to generally know. Most savvy people will do a little research on their own, probably pull some Public Records Act requests and find out if there's any permit requirements and so forth. But the answer to your question is apparently we haven't, but I suppose you could.
Yeah, like I say, The real question is, have we ever researched it? And that I'm hearing is, no, we've never researched it. Because it may not be, because like I say, when you sell a house or when you buy a house, you go through all these disclosures. And I would think that that would be potentially, I'm not saying it is, I'm not an attorney, but it's well worth looking into.
I think buyers or sellers, if they have some working knowledge that they may be in violation or if there's issues, they do have some obligation to disclose that in their real estate documents to the potential buyer. So we can look into
Yeah,
that. for you.
and I'm talking from a standpoint of asking the real estate associations, whoever they may be, for help. We have a problem here. You're selling to folks, and they're not understanding that we have an ordinance against it. Can this be done? I don't know the answer to that.
Perhaps we could. I think I saw in the staff report there is an effort to try to do some public outreach and specifically talk to the real estate agency. But I can look into that for you if you like.
And as you know, Mr. Mayor, we just recently met with the Board of Realtors over this area. We could certainly have that discussion with them and
Yeah.
ask them to provide here's the brochure on how to park an RV in Simi Valley.
And the other question that was pending, Councilmember Luevanos?
Yes, how much would this, how much of your time as our city attorney and the head of our city attorney staff, how much time would this take for you to do that? Because, if you have a non-compliant resident, how many hours of staff time is that?
It does take quite a bit of time. As she indicated, Ms. Mulch indicated, we'd probably, it depends. You have to go through an administrative process. They issue the citations. There could be an appeal. We have hearing officers. We would provide assistance with that whole entire process. So it does take time. I've done a couple of them, and it's considerable. And of course, if we don't get compliance, we're going to have to go by way of possible criminal complaint. And as indicated, we probably, if it was in the backyard, have to get a search warrant. You have to have probable cause to believe that a crime is afoot. There's so many steps. So the direct answer to your question is considerable. On a typical case, probably would take me, I can average anywhere from 10 to 15 hours just working on one particular case.
So that would be for one violation, it would be 10 to 15 hours?
Yeah, I think
for
that's
a
fair.
non-compliant resident?
Yeah, because there's so many legal implications. The last thing you want to do is violate somebody's Fourth Amendment rights. So you have to be very careful. I would ask, I don't want to go into all the details in some of our privileged communications, but I want to make sure that everything is up to legal snuff before we go to court.
Okay, so that would be hours from city staff, code enforcement, law enforcement, and city attorney's office for one non-compliant resident who says, no, you can't check my backyard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want us to keep that in consideration when we decide, and that's something that the Planning Commission, I'm sure that's why they made this recommendation, is we have to be aware of, what are our priorities. I know that there is, having taken many land use classes in law school, that there is a presumption that you know. And if you don't know, then you should have researched it. When you purchase a home, you're supposed to know whether it's compliant or not. That's why you have a home inspection. That's why you ask, is this compliant? Is it not compliant? Is it safe? Is it not safe? And even though a realtor may tell you you can build a pool back there, once you start digging, you don't know. Whether you can actually, they may say it's perfect for a pool, but there may be wires there, there may be plumbing there may be, all kinds of things. So, there is a presumption of that. One of my concerns, and I've been a scout leader here for over a decade, is that when I do the scouting for food, and I've walked many neighborhoods of the city, is that, we have a lot of RVs where it's not just an RV. We'll go to a home where there's an RV and 2 trucks and a boat and an ATVs and motorcycles, and it's like there is no limit. There's like 20 vehicles and toys on that, and I'm like, there's no 50% of landscaping here. It's just a bunch of vehicles. The pictures that we got, where you had cars parking on the grass, you have tow hitches that are sticking out. I mean, multiple times, and we have a lot of residents that are walking in. Since the pandemic, we've had more people that have been walking around their neighborhoods, which is great. But you can't enjoy it if you're tripping over wires that are extending from the home, to the RV, and that it's dark and you can't see it. And there's been multiple times where, I've had neighbors that, that are like, hey, when is the city going to do something about this, because it's unsafe. I've seen RVs that are, you know, parked sideways with the hitch, you know, sticking straight out into the sidewalk. And, you know, my husband and I are watching the kids, you know, on the bikes, making sure, or the skateboards, to make sure they don't get injured. And I've just kind of been waiting for an accident, you know, something to happen because of this, because of the lack of enforcement. And we are going to have to, regardless of what we choose tonight, and I am in favor of leaving it as it is, because I do not want to burden our city staff, our law enforcement, and our city attorney's office. And I think it should be left the way it is. I think it would lessen the confusion and say, okay, let's leave the ordinance the way that it is. And then we are going to have to do a public outreach. Regardless of what is decided tonight, whether we leave it or change it, there's going to have to be a public outreach in terms of this is what the law is, and we are now enforcing this law, and you're being put on notice that the law is now being enforced. Because for 4 years, we haven't. And it's been one excuse after another. And, you know, what are your suggestions on how we communicate that to the public so that they know? I know that I had a lot of people come up to me, even the youth council members are like, hey, we can only water 2 days a week. And they're like, yeah, it's based on your, I mean, the kids knew, the high schoolers knew, you know, when you could water and when you couldn't. So whatever it is that we did for the outreach in that regard is what we're going to have to do here for the RV ordinance. Whether we change it or leave it, there's going to have to be public outreach, and not just to the realtors, but to the residents as well, so that they have notice. One of my questions, and it's not necessarily for you, Mara, it might be for the city attorney. If we decide to leave the ordinance as it is, what happens if we, you know, start enforcement of this tomorrow? Like, can we do that? Can we start, you know, lift the moratorium on enforcement and start enforcing it tomorrow?
Yeah, so I want to clarify a few things in terms of the current enforcement posture and items that are still being addressed. Anything that is encroaching upon the public right-of-way, whether that's brought to code enforcement or directly to the police department's parking enforcement, is being enforced upon by PD parking enforcement. So those items and issues have not been not addressed, because that does impede the path of travel. I will share with you, there's been a number of residents who have repeatedly complained about things impeding into the right-of-way that have not been substantiated. So there are situations in which people are completely legally parked under our existing rules, and if we were enforcing 100% of those rules, there would be no enforcement action for the city to take. Yet those individuals that are reporting those concerns are repeatedly reporting those same concerns over and over again. With regards to RVs, with whether it be water hookups or other hookups, there was direction from the council several months back that during the COVID-19 that the council didn't want city staff to be actively enforcing on those in case any of those vehicles were being used for quarantining for COVID-19 purposes. However, with that being said, if there was any concerns with wires, if things were encroaching upon a neighbor's property, if there was any illegal discharge or any other unsafe circumstances, those would be addressed. But simply the fact that someone had a generator running with the RV or was, you know, actually dwelling in the RV wasn't being immediately addressed per the prior direction of council.
Okay, so right now, if there's, you know, if there's an RV or a trailer or whatever, and there's wires that are extending across the sidewalk, then
So across the sidewalk, that'd be an
violation.
encroachment of the public right-of-way, and that would not be acceptable. And we would
Okay.
make contact with them and we would address it. And where there's been other concerning issues related to dwelling in RVs, my staff has directly been working and collaborating with our HLOs and the police department to address those on a case-by-case basis to assess the appropriateness of enforcement actions so that we're being consistent in our enforcement and that we're not being selective or targeting any one individual. Rather, we're looking at the enforcement activity across the board for that type of violation. So immediate threat to health and safety, we have continued to address those. Encroachment upon the public right-of-way, staff across multiple departments have continued to address those as well. With regards to should the council direct staff to resume enforcement, I'm not aware of any legal impediments from us being able to do so. With regards to what outreach, back to my statements earlier that some individuals have lived in their homes believing they had legal RV access for 10, 15, 20 years and may never have had a legal parking spot for their RV. So staff's recommendation is for us to do extensive community outreach to inform individuals, to do outreach not only through the neighborhood councils, through press releases, our SVTV, the city's website, our e-notification system through the city's website, the realtor associations, the recreational enthusiasts and various groups that are here within the community, as well as our RV storage locations, to let them know that we're going to be increasing enforcement in those areas through identifying, having the officers, the code enforcement officers, identify in their regular day-to-day duties of all the homes and knocking on doors and informing them and letting them know that this is not, a legal parking situation. These are what the rules are. We're giving you advance notice, and in about 6 months, if we don't have compliance, then we'll be issuing fines and escalating enforcement through that. So the goal is to give people the opportunity and time to make any financial adjustments, to come in and get any city approvals that they need, and to find alternative storage for their vehicles that maybe no longer can be accommodated on their property once we hold that line of what the community standard is, whether that's the current standard or a modified standard based on the direction of council.
So currently, is there any limit? If we leave it as it is there any limit to the number of vehicles that can be parked?
No, the way the code is written, with the exception of circular driveways, which has a specific code section, the way the code is written, it's either an approved parking location on an approved parking surface for groundwater issues and environmental issues, or it's not. So we don't regulate the number of vehicles, and including, we don't have a setback, as Sean discussed earlier, and we don't have any height limitations and things like that for the vehicles. I would say that would be a very difficult, to try to come up with an enforceable method to limit the number of vehicles would be very, very difficult, because it's an approved parking location, and therefore whatever arrangement that they make to fit the vehicles, as long as it's contained within that approved area, then it's a legalized use of that area.
Okay, so let me ask you a specific question, and thank you, Mayor, for indulging me. In this picture, there is a car parked on the road. So I know there's a requirement and I've seen this many times. I know there's a requirement to have, 50% of your front lawn landscaped, right? But I assume the purpose of that, or the intention of that, is not so that people can use their driveway for all of their RVs and boats and everything else, and then park their car on the grass. Is that correct?
So the intention is not, but we have a number of vehicles that are in an approved location. So the location itself is legal, but it wasn't on an approved surface. So the violation there would be both location and surface, for the picture that you were referencing that was in the supplemental staff report. But if we're not enforcing on unapproved surfaces or unapproved locations, we can't pick and choose which ones we're going to enforce upon, because the code is either an approved location or not an approved location. So while we had to stay on enforcement, we didn't have the option to pick and choose which homes we were going to focus on. It was either it was a violation of this code or it wasn't. And the codes that got put on hold universally, so that we weren't being arbitrary and capricious in our enforcement efforts.
So this couldn't be enforced during the moratorium?
Correct. Because we're not enforcing on unapproved locations, we're not enforcing on unapproved surfaces at this moment in time. So unfortunately, even though that one is a pretty unsightly egregious, I can't tell the orientation of the home. There's a potential, because that could be the side of the home, if I'm looking at it appropriately, that it could be a legalized location under the existing rules.
It's on a front lawn.
Is it on the front lawn or is it on the side of the house?
It's on the front lawn.
Okay. I can't tell from the black and white photo I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I may have more questions, but thank you.
I guess what I want to know is, what's the delineation between code enforcement and parking enforcement, which I understand is under the PD? And let me give you the scenario. A person came with a fifth wheel and started parking on a street. Houses on one side of the street, not on the other. Numerous neighbors were concerned, who is this? Who's living out on the street? After multiple calls and trying to get someone to come out, sorry, it's the truth, parking enforcement came out and ultimately came up with they could be there for 30 days, and if they move and their wheels turn, they can be there another 30 days. Is that accurate, or did I get had?
Was that it depends on the nature of the vehicle, and I'll defer to the chief if I don't answer this accurately. So to go to the first part of your question, the delineation between code enforcement and parking enforcement from the PD.
Yeah, because I can drive down the street and I can see violations, and even I, as council member, as mayor, I don't know who to call. Do I call code enforcement or do I call the police department?
Well, if you call us, we will route you accordingly. So either my staff will handle it or we'll refer it to the police department because we do get a number of calls that kind of intersect with responsibilities. But the general delineation is if it involves the public right-of-way or any type of vehicle code section, it's going to be the police department. So that would be someone hanging over an apron and obstructing the public right-of-way, whether that be a tow hitch or the entire vehicle is parked in the middle of the apron and not contained within the
None of
approved
the
parking
above.
area.
Technically, it was a person camping on the street.
On the street would be the police department. The camping on the street and dwelling in the vehicle could be kind of a crossover, a joint collaboration between the HLO unit as well as code enforcement. The HLOs, the homeless liaison officers, as well as code enforcement. I would put out there that there's a number of, and this isn't going to be a popular response, but there's a number of court cases that are making its way through actually in federal court in Northern California regarding on-street parking related specifically to RVs and people dwelling in RVs. So we've yet to see how those are going to work out, but it's my understanding that recent actions by the local jurisdictions to kind of preempt the opposing side's opinion on those wasn't successful, and that those are going to make its way through, I think it's the Northern District, is that correct, David? Of California's federal court system. The likelihood of those cases being appealed by either side who doesn't get the favor of the court, then it would go to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and whatever determination in the Ninth Circuit would apply to us as well, since we're in the Ninth Circuit. So there are some possible case law limitations that could come through, but as of right now, if someone is dwelling in the street and causing any level of concern, the HLOs are making contact, and then code enforcement will provide support if we can, if there's a nexus to the private property. But if it's strictly contained within public right-of-way, it's going to be the police department.
It was virtually a person, I think husband and wife camping, and the direction given back was they could do it on any public street for 30 days at a time.
And that I'm not familiar with. I do know that our police department will give long-term, like if you have a relative visiting from out of town, they'll give long-term permits to allow for the accommodation of that vehicle, but.
That was with permit, but all they had to do is ask for a permit and they'd get it. So that's another thing that potentially we're going to be dealing with.
Yes, and that's something.
The law, that's the way it's being enforced by this city. That's going to be a problem.
Well, there may be a court preemption. I guess the reason why I shared that about what's working through the court systems is that we may be preempted by federal court of enforcing any of those standards.
Yeah,
the communities that, my understanding, the communities that are currently in court actually had much stricter on-street parking limitations because of the narrow, they're a hillside community with very narrow streets. So they had a number of findings for the limitations for their on-street parking related to visibility and traffic safety and other things, and they're being challenged where we don't have those same.
I don't want to labor you with.
That's okay.
An incident, but it's like, what is it? Is this the case? 30 days?
So in general, code enforcement deals with private property. We often get called into almost every complaint that comes in and work with the other departments to help resolve them, but code enforcement jurisdictional authority is private property. So if they're dwelling in the streets, it's going to be a combination of police department in terms of enforcement and engaging with services and trying to provide assistance if it's a homeless individual or household, and then also our public works department in terms of obstructing the right-of-way, illegal discharge, or anything in that realm.
Thank you.
But we try to tag team it as best as we can to provide the best solution possible for all involved.
Okay, one more before we go to the public. I think it's appropriate, but Elaine, I think you're up.
Thank you. Just a couple quick more questions. Do CC&Rs trump code enforcement? Let's say you live in the bridle path, and let's just say their homeowners says you can have backyard parking or whatever, X amount. I'm being hypothetical. I'm trying to understand the hierarchy.
They can be more restrictive, but they can't be less restrictive. So if the city prohibits rear yard parking, the CC&Rs can't override the city's limitation and provide it. However, if the city allows rear yard parking and an HOA wants to adopt CC&Rs that prohibits it, they would have that ability at this point in time under California law.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And just out of curiosity, all the photos that you showed in tonight's presentation, are these Simi Valley photos, or did you just find them to demonstrate?
One thing I did want to clarify is that these are all for illustrative purposes only. You know, we sometimes find these images.
Sure.
Sometimes we'll go outside the city, sometimes the local example's better. We're not trying to, you know, shame anybody. We're showing something. We're just simply trying to make a example or a point or explain a thought.
Okay, so this, and so going back to the backyard filled with vehicles, et cetera, I'm trying to understand today, if that existed here in Simi Valley, do we have, it does, okay, where it exists in Simi Valley is the only recourse, I mean, you can go, you could cite them, but if I'm understanding you correctly, we cannot access the backyard without probable cause, search warrant,
Or owner permission.
owner permission. So Google Earth document or picture or a drone hired by code enforcement in Simi Valley, you're saying right now we don't have that authority to use that as...
It's a document, something that can't be authenticated in court, and it's technically hearsay. And so a person has to be able to attest to the authenticity of that particular document. Unless you had a Google representative, that's not likely.
So we need to employ Google, okay.
And I would want to I do want to clarify that under our current municipal code, code enforcement staff does not have the authority to issue citations, but that is something that staff is looking at some point in the near future to bring back.
So let me understand what you just said. You're saying right now you do not have authority to...
We do not issue citations. The police department does for parking violations on
Oh,
the street,
interesting.
but code enforcement does not do citations and
So
never
if there's a
has.
violation of code in any realm, even outside of RV, you would ask the police department.
No, we do administrative remedies. So what we do is we first educate and inform if it's somebody that we don't have a history of the same violation with. And then we do what's called a notice and order, which is a formal legal notification that when not complied with gives us the ability to levy civil fines. Then we would levy civil fines. And then if we still don't obtain compliance, then we would go through the criminal remedies through the courts.
That would be the city attorney's office.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, one more, Judge.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, does anything, you know, because it was under my opinion by reading this ordinance, which was a very long and well-done ordinance, by the way. It was a well-done staff report, very long. All we're doing tonight is allowing for the parking in the back of the house on the proper surface without a carport or a garage. Am I far off on that?
No, it's an amendment option.
Okay, thank you. Now, what part of this ordinance would allow us to bypass probable cause?
None.
None. What part of this ordinance would allow us to illegally look in somebody's backyard for something?
None.
Thank you. All right, end of my questions.
All right, let's go to the public.
Mr. Mayor, we have no speaker cards for this item. I will call on Zoom. David, do we have anything on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom?
No, there are no members on Zoom for this item.
Thank you.
Wow, what a surprise.
Are we ready for a motion? I move to decline amending parking regulations for single-family dwellings and resume enforcement of parking violations as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
I want to make a comment. Sorry. When we do this, I think the last speaker, like you said, we have to give plenty of notice. I think it's not a matter of just going out and start writing notice of violations and saying, you're in violation, you have 20 days to correct this or else. It was the city that quit enforcing it. And so it has to be the city that makes it palatable to those that are in violation, unknowingly in violation, whatever. So there needs to be a substantial, in my opinion, grace period. And I don't know if that needs to be put into this ordinance at this time or not, but I don't think it's fair to the folks, just like Mara said, to just, boom, you're in violation. So how do we make it to where there's some fairness involved?
You can implement a grace period of 30 days or whatever time you think is reasonable.
I think we also recommend about 6 months for an education outreach to communicate all these things that have been.
Okay, I would like to suggest much more than that. I think it's important that we do something, but I personally, when I first talked about this, saying that we needed to give a grace period, I was talking 5 years. And I was even saying that if anybody on the council wanted to go more, I'm good with that. It's because most people would look at their RV and go, I won't even have that thing in 5 years, so this will be good. And it just seems like the right thing to do. How many years, I think you said it, Maura, how many years we've kicked this can down the road. And so there's a lot of misconception out there on what's legal and what's not. And I don't want to be over-aggressive in putting a stop to so many people, especially when you consider that I think most of the storage facilities are full. So it's going to take people time to determine where they can move their RV if they're illegally parked somewhere and it has to be moved. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
And can I say something before we vote too? Because in my mind, we have two parts to this motion that I might be in favor of one and not in favor of the other. The two parts, as I'm hearing this motion, one is to deny the back parking. That's one motion, is to say we're going to deny this code change that allows parking that's uncovered in the back. And the other part is we're going to renew code enforcement. So in my mind, there's two pieces, and I would suggest we separate those two pieces, because I am in favor of renewing code enforcement with all of the ample warning and et cetera, but I right now am thinking that if all we're doing is just saying you don't have to have a garage, that is maybe a nice way to make it look better for some people
I agree with you.
in the back.
And I think, would that be okay, staff, as far as putting it together?
I think we're open to,
Wouldn't that happen anyways? I mean, if we voted that way to approve it so that you don't have to have a garage in the backyard, enforcement starts anyways, with the caveat it's going to be a grace
Yeah,
period.
but that's what I think you might be agreeing with me, Councilman, that we would extend that period. I don't see the fairness in 6 months.
No, I hear you, but I'm really concerned about getting rid of the garage requirement in the backyard.
Okay, then why don't we do that? I agree with Elaine. You're right on target.
Can we separate the motions then?
let me just make sure we're clear. So currently you need to have a garage or a carport.
Right.
It sounds like you want to get rid of that.
Yes.
So we need a motion to eliminate the need for a carport or cover our garage in the rear portion of the yard. So that's one thing we're going to need. Two is that with that change, you want to implement the ordinance as it currently exists. And then three is.
Because that still makes them do parking on concrete.
Sure.
Right? And the only difference is we're not having a garage or a carport in the backyard.
Correct.
Which would piss off your neighbors sometimes.
Correct, which is, Sean, if you want to bring up the slide that shows no concrete, or no carport, or, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Nope, there you go. That one and the next one. So that's what you're looking to have.
Right.
Okay, so that's a proposed amendment that would eliminate the need for a carport or a garage.
Perfect.
Let's vote on that.
Mayor,
So
there's,
we do have a motion on the table, so we probably need to have that withdrawn so we can,
Or
vote on it.
Or
and
vote
no.
on it and have it fail and then do another one.
Well, we don't have to vote on it and have it fail. Will you withdraw that?
Withdraw?
Mayor, may I make, I'd like to make a comment after you, Councilwoman Kavanaugh.
It was my motion, so I will rescind it if we want to break it into different items.
Yeah, the backyard building is one.
Will you add a comment?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to speak on behalf of the residents who.
I want a movement or a motion, not comments per se, in the discussion, because we've already had discussion.
Well, I haven't gotten to make a comment on the motion, so it seems like there's a substitute motion, but that hasn't been made yet. I thought we were having discussion or voting on the motion that I seconded, that you made.
No, she rescinded the
I
motion.
I've rescinded that.
And so we're looking at a motion to strictly eliminate the backyard building requirement. That's the amendment, is just not force people to have a garage or a carport in the backyard. And then we'll discuss the other part.
I think that the motion would, if I can, the motion would be to keep modify the existing ordinance to remove the requirement for a carport or garage in the rear yard. Wait a minute, you're shaking your head no. Help me out here, Sean.
Yeah, so if you remove the garage or carport in the rear yard, then you could park anywhere in the backyard with no
Correct.
restrictions.
On approved surface.
On a
an
paved
approved
surface.
But there's still a
So-
requirement for landscaping, right?
I
Or is
think
that only
that,
in the front?
This doesn't have anything to do with the front, only the rear yard.
So the landscaping thing doesn't apply to the backyard?
Correct.
Right.
No.
So I guess my question would be, we still have the enforcement issue then, if we do that,
that'll come next.
right? And that's my concern.
It'll
You
be
know.
there.
So that,
Vote no.
again, that's a concern. Can I ask, if we're going to change the motion, can I ask a question, Mayor, of staff?
Yes.
So removing the requirement for the garage or the garage or carport would mean that they could park anywhere. They wouldn't have to, they couldn't, because my understanding is there's a requirement for the carport and the garage because the understanding is that there's going to be a driveway that goes back to that carport or garage, right? Is
That's
that correct? Yes?
Yes.
So the reason why there's that requirement there, and part of that is what we're seeing in these pictures, is where people have multiple vehicles, all kinds of boats and RVs and trailers and, like literally a dozen vehicles, all kinds of toys and stuff in their backyard. So if we remove that carport garage, then they could park in the rear. They could park anywhere in the backyard.
What I was going to add is the other bullet points up there is trying to provide some sort of constraint on that.
Sure.
concern. So if you're only voting on one bullet point, just to remove the garage part and without any other restrictions, you could get that unintended consequence.
We want all the restrictions. Let me ask you further. I'm sorry. With all those bullet points, can you advance to that? Because this one, here's the reality. What I see right here, to me, visually makes sense. It's behind, you've got a drive, go straight back. The next picture has it just basically parallel to the house, sitting and taking up the whole backyard. But I don't see a drive that gets there. So I'm not really happy with that alternative. Can we not mandate there has to be a drive that gets you to the backyard parking, period, with all the restrictions?
That's exactly what my concern is.
You
That
certainly
if there is no concrete driveway, then they can park on the grass in the backyard.
Right, so if we have all of these restrictions and then also add to it, there must be a drive that gets you to that location that is approved by planning.
Right, so what that does is you'd be able to park in this designated area, but then you'd also be able to park here. So instead of only having 400 square feet of vehicles, you would have this much more parking area in your backyard. If the 400 square foot area is way over here, you could drive all the way across your backyard to
So
get to it.
can we not restrict that 400 square feet, though, being a horizontal drive, straight line in? I mean, can we,
So you only want the previous one?
I really only want the previous one.
If it's so difficult to enforce based on legalities of needing search warrants and what have you, why are we so concerned about everything they're doing in the backyard when we can't even go back and enforce anything? I mean,
Well, currently, we allow them to park back there if there's a garage or if there's a cover.
Correct.
and it requires that,
Currently, we allow them to park just like we're showing here because the city attorney of Simi Valley said they could a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you still potentially could have violations no matter what.
Right.
All you're doing is eliminating the structure.
just,
Like I said, just because you pass an ordinance doesn't throw probable cause out the window. People just
But-
do what they want.
So we're going to eliminate the structure, but we're going to keep all those other things in place with the concrete paved and the 40% required rear yard
We would recommend all the bullet points
Yes.
on these to be incorporated into the ordinance.
And that's
Okay.
the ordinance as written.
And that's the
So
ordinance, that's how it's written today.
that's how it's written today,
Okay.
as
And all we're
proposed.
doing is eliminating the structure.
Okay,
And is elimination of the structure in the current ordinance? that
No, let
you're-
me, no, the current ordinance does not have these bullet points.
Okay.
The proposed ordinance does.
Zone text amendment, the Z.
Tonight's zone text amendment would put these limitations on the rear yard.
The ordinance that's on page 12.
Yes, the ordinance on page
Ordinance number 1319
1319 has these bullet
has
points
these bullet points and no structure.
and no structure.
Which
It's
is-
already done.
that's what we want.
So
So-
that's step one.
So you would want to, so your motion would be to introduce for first reading ordinance number 1319.
Right, and just.
So moved.
and just-
Second,
Call for the vote?
Mayor, can I discuss? My concern again is with, how are we going to enforce this?
So the way we enforce it now.
That's gonna be the next step, the next motion, because we broke it off. Instead of being one motion for the whole thing, now we're going to address the enforcement, what you want to address and what I want to address about the time period.
Okay, so
Well, okay, my concern is the fact that we just had, staff come and talk about ad nauseum, how much time and effort it's gonna take to enforce it if we change, if we do this, if we change it to the new ordinance. This is why Planning Commission and the staff recommendation is not to change it, because it's gonna take that much time away from staff, law enforcement, code enforcement, city attorneys. That is my concern, is that we are taking time and resources away from other issues if we change this ordinance. That is what, my understanding is of what staff.
Well,
mentioned.
even if we approve it as is, those conditions that exist, or what you just stated about the time involved for staff and the city attorney's office and what have you. But what I keep hearing loud and clear is very, very difficult to go look in people's backyards. So I'm not seeing a lot of enforcement there.
So
And
why have any rules at all then, if it's that difficult? Just don't have any rules and let anyone park wherever they want in their backyard. Is that what I'm hearing from you, Mayor? Because that's what it sounds like.
No, I'm not saying that. You would still have the ability, if somebody was next door to you, you can do the complaint. Code enforcement, police department, whomever, could then go through the process. I just saying, I don't believe it will happen that often.
That neighbors will complain if they have RVs in their backyard?
Right.
But the way, if we're changing it right now, that means people could still park in their front yards and their backyards. And it just seems like it's encouraging more violation.
Park in their front yard. Nothing in that says they can park in their front yard.
So this new ordinance bans people from parking in the front yard?
You've never allowed parking in the front yard.
It would have to comply with that on the screen.
Well, they can park if it's adjacent to the garage and in the driveway,
Yes.
That's front yard.
As long as it's concrete.
but that's part of the front yard.
Well, it's adjacent to the house. It's not in the front yard.
My concern is, again, and I'm speaking on behalf of all these residents that put in public comments, that, now they're gonna have the RV in the backyard, and then they're gonna have the boat in the front yard, and the trailer, and the ATVs, and where does it ever end? I'm just curious.
can't they currently have that?
Yes.
They can
As
already,
long as you
they
have a
can currently
registered
have
vehicle
it.
in the state of California, you can park it in your driveway. So. you
Right,
can't
but
stop
right
that.
now, there are certain limitations. And my concern is overburdening staff with this. That's why
How's it gonna
staff
overburden
staff recommended that we keep it as it is.
Wait a minute. Did you just say staff recommended we keep it the way it is?
It says, yes, the staff recommendation in the report was to keep the parking regulations as they are because of the enforcement issue.
The only difference is you're taking away the requirement for a carport or a home or a garage in the backyard. The enforcement's gonna be the exact same if people decide to park things in the backyard and not build a garage or a carport.
Is that accurate? Did we hear that right, that you're recommending to leave the requirement for a building?
Yeah, the neighborhood council recommended denial of this ordinance to the planning commission. The planning commission recommended denial of this ordinance to the city council. Staff drafted the ordinance based on all the input, we thought, if we were to approve it, we felt comfortable with this sort of regulation. But they felt this is the toothpaste out of the tube, you know, the genie out of the bottle. Once you keep moving the standard of what you can do, you can never really go back again. So I think there's more comfort just leaving the rules just the way they are versus the unintended consequences of what this people interpreting this could become. So they felt there's enough as it is right now. The biggest problem, you know, the community was having, and maybe this is the 9B item that Councilmember Kavanaugh brought up, it's that parking on the front, on the side, because if people could park in their rear yard, they would have done it already. And so I think the main issue here was, what about that front yard area? But the direction was to examine the rear yard. Some parcels on a corner can come in through the side, and I think that's the other image that we've seen. And if they have a legal driveway that can, you know, get them there from a corner parcel, that would be perfectly acceptable if they can't get through the side there. So that was one of the allowances that this modified code was going to maybe provide. There's a lot of corner parcels that will benefit from this broadening of the rear yard parking. But again, we want driveway approaches, a gate that doesn't swing out to the sidewalk, et cetera.
See, I'm not having a hard time understanding why I need to build a garage to park my RV back, because the garage, or buy a house, you know, that has a garage back there, but an RV wouldn't fit it in anyway. So it's like you're forcing me to use up some of my land when I could just put the proper surface down and park my RV. Does that?
Yeah, and again, I've worked in a number of different cities, and that's not a city requirement. They just don't want it in the front yard. You can put it anywhere in your backyard on a paved surface and call it good. That's a lot of cities have that code. SEMI is very accommodating to front yard parking, and that's something that's very unique to the city, the culture here, the evolution of this law over 40 years to permit as much front yard parking as we currently have. But a lot of cities are not the same way.
So I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would support allowing for rear parking if we limited front parking. What I don't want is us doubling the parking. Does that make sense? So I'm not against rear parking. What I don't want is people like, oh, now I can park like, you know, 3 more RVs in my backyard and park in the front. That's what I don't want to happen. Do you understand, Mayor? And
Yes.
that's what I believe the neighborhood council is concerned about as well. Like if you're just gonna, that's why we're getting those recommendations from the neighborhood council, from the planning commission, because they don't want to double the amount of, you know, RV parking. So I'm fine with the, you know, if people want to park in the rear yard and they don't want a garage, that's fine. But then we should limit the front parking.
Comments?
It's two separate entities. I agree. The backyard, we already have the backyard parking. The only thing we're talking about is whether we require a carport or garage to put in the backyard, period. So the backyard parking is already available. As long as currently, they have to have a garage or a carport. So we're discussing whether taking that away, maybe more people will park in the backyard if they don't have to build a carport or a garage, correct?
Yeah, and the challenge also is we have a one-size-fits-all rule to a myriad of different property configurations, narrow, long, deep, wide, you know. And so a one-size-fits-all rule doesn't really solve everybody's problems.
So if we break this,
Take advantage of it, the no garage requirement with all the other caveats up there will allow them something more than what
okay.
our current.
And it could get to where you want, where less parking. If somebody has the ability to now park in back where they didn't before because they can't afford a carport or a garage, it might be able to get them out of the front yard. I'm not saying it will, but it could have that consequence also in a positive way.
And if we move forward with this, I know it's a step thing, a gradual change, and we start enforcing what is in front and doing away with a lot of it that is illegally in front, we're heading in the right direction. And that's one of the things that I think is appropriate, is we unfortunately move a little bit slower than normal and make sure we do it fairly. Because you can go by people and they have beautiful parking areas in their front yard that are illegal. And they've done a really nice job, bricks and surface and all that, but the fact of the matter is they're illegal today by what we have.
Well,
And this would be a way of moving in that direction, telling them, and that's where I go for this long grace period, is those people are going to have to someday, hopefully, change.
Well, my concern, Mayor, is that we've had a moratorium on this for 4 years. That's a long time.
I couldn't agree
That's a
with you
very
more.
long time. I don't want a 6-year time period. As a matter of fact, if we're going to give a recommendation to allow backyard parking and limit the front yard parking, then I would say, I want to see this back before the city council in, 3 months, in less than 6 months, so that we can decide this once and for all, because there are, many, many residents that are very upset because we have had a moratorium for 4 years. So if that's, I don't know if that's a motion or if we need to, just give direction to say, hey, we want to allow backyard parking, but limit front yard parking. I'm not sure.
We're only dealing with backyard parking right now.
Yeah, let's
That's it.
take care of that.
So
and-
as of right now, we have an introduction for first reading of 1319. It doesn't require a vote. So we've already introduced the ordinance that would implement that.
And I'd like to tighten it up, if I could, because I think if we're going to do this backyard, we want all those points, but I would like to tighten it where there is a drive access required. Because what I'm seeing is you could just put a slab in the middle of your yard and say that's fine.
It's the second bullet point.
Right. So obviously, this one shows the drive, must have approved curb cut and drive.
there.
But I guess my question is, what I don't want, this is where I get to use my pointer again, because I think it's really cool. What I don't think is, just as that stands out there by itself, and to get there, you're going across the grass, et cetera. I guess what I'm concerned is you could do, here's your back, and there's no.
That's different.
So I know, but the next picture, which you have, has it just by itself and then taking up half the yard. And we're not requiring a drive to get to it or a side yard. And maybe you get through the side yard, which is great, but I think there should be it should be paved access.
Well, the reason behind that is we were trying to maintain the property owner's ability to do what they want with their rear yard.
Okay.
May not want concrete to that drive
That's what
area.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Is how
Okay.
far is this local government going to start controlling someone's backyard? Next, we'll be saying what size doghouse they can have. I think maybe we ought to leave
And
them
what size
alone.
dog?
We ought to leave them alone and let them live.
And I want to go ahead and clarify something with the proposed bullet points. A homeowner has to come to the city, ask for permission to get a zoning clearance to show this 400 square feet area and apply for it. We make sure they have the 3-foot setback, that they have the fencing requirements, all those things, and they pay a $101 permit, plus any encroachment permit if they need one. So they are asking for permission, and we do document those approvals, unlike today where anything in the rear yard is not coming to the city for permission.
Okay, so you're saying we don't,
So that's done.
okay.
Now the question is, in the report, it indicates that we would have a 6-month education period and then begin enforcement. You had raised that perhaps 6 months is not long enough to begin enforcement.
That's my belief. I'll just say it to my other council members that I think under the circumstances, just like Ruth said, it's been 4 years. And it's been a lot longer than that in reality that we haven't really enforced it. And so a lot of people have gone out and bought, let's just say $100,000 motorhome. They put it in their front yard thinking they're perfectly legal, and we're going to give them 6 months to change that? I don't think that's fair. I think that is very important that we start moving that direction, but I just think we're asking too much too quick.
I'll offer a suggestion is what I think, but we do need to have the education process. That is at least a 6-month period. What we can do is, if you'd like to make that into more of a 2-year period, is every 6 months we'll recheck, we'll start looking at those violations and reminding them that their window of opportunity to make the changes is shrinking.
I like that.
Give them a deadline if you want it 2 years, 3 years, 12 years, 1 year, whatever you want it to be. And I'd say 2 years because now we can break it into 6-month education process, and then we'll go back and we'll start documenting who is in compliance and who isn't. Send them a reminder notice every 6 months, and Mara's probably cringing.
She wants to say something. Look at her, she's
Yeah,
trying to
and
stand up
then-
out of her seat. She's dying to sit down.
It's a reminder in bringing them up to the deadline, but I will
I'm
I will
okay.
defer to our code
Before she
enforcement.
starts, part of what I was going to ask about in 9B was front yard parking, review that, and possible CUPs to grandfather in. So that would take away some of that need.
It could.
That, just a
But
thought, that's
but
what
we
I-
haven't approved that yet.
No, I'm just saying, I'm looking at that.
So I would say the challenge with a longer education period is these are going to be a moving target. So when someone moves into a neighborhood and sees that all their neighbors have these parking options and they go and install those parking options without the city issuing a zoning clearance and in conflict with the code, the number of cases can be constantly increasing, and we don't have the staff to assess every single residential property and monitor it for 2 years in terms of where they're parking. So that's the concern, and that's ultimately what has happened over time of us not enforcing the ordinance. So any further delay in that could potentially result in additional violations and actually have the opposite impact of what we're intending. However, I would say that, obviously in a prolonged education period is very much warranted given the most recent stay on enforcement and the long-standing history within our community on these parking options. Any property owner who responds to an enforcement action and engages with the city, our officers readily work with them within a reasonable time period. So if we had special circumstances where there was a significant financial improvement, they're having a hard time finding a alternative option, but they have a plan and they ask for several month extension, we're gonna work with those property owners to be able to do that. So we can do it on a case by case based upon the individual needs from a willingly compliant property owner. But a property owner who doesn't respond to the city's notices, doesn't acknowledge that they got any notification that they're in violation, we would escalate enforcement on. And that's our standard enforcement practice for all violations within the city. So when we reach out, we do a first letter that doesn't have any fines or penalties attached with a deadline. When that deadline comes and goes, our officers will go out and re-inspect and then issue a formal notice. And at that point, if they don't respond to the formal notice, then that's when we would assess civil fines, re-inspection fees, and the like. So any property owner who engages with us, and we'd be doing tailored letters for these enforcement activities to really make sure that they understand that if you need concessions in terms of time period, assistance, resources, financial assistance, those types of things, we're gonna do our best to link them with those various options.
Is there a method by which we can say, as of this date, we're not going to allow any more people to go out and build what is currently illegal parking areas?
So if you want to,
This is effective on this date, so there should, well, in other words, something to prevent it from growing in an emergency.
well, but we're not allowing it now, and people are still doing it. And I can say from just my own traversing the city through the city arterials, it's very prevalent and it's increasing on a regular basis. I see people overpouring concrete. I've seen homes that once had landscaping that the entire front yard is now completely paved. And not just paved, covered in vehicles being parked in all of these available parking locations. So the longer that we don't have an actual stick with our carrot in terms of enforcement, people are going to keep doing, just assuming that the city's not going to be responsive and impose any sanctions on them. And the other thing that we run risk of is that when we finally do, the people who got the shortest education period because they're new to town, they just bought the home, et cetera, may feel as though that they were shortchanged and treated differently for a number of reasons. So we have to be mindful of that in equity, those that maybe, recent property owners may not get as much time in these prolonged periods, but if the period is so long, where do you draw the line where you stop giving 6 months to every property owner?
I still feel, even though there's this potential opinion that it's not accurate, we need to communicate with the real estate folks. We need to make sure we're right. We need to make sure that we can't legally talk to them. There's got to be the number of disclosures we see.
So the real estate
is a way
is
to communicate with new buyers.
in the real estate. We will be doing outreach. My response earlier was a mandate in their disclosures, which is a governed process through the state real estate board. That's all I was saying is I can't necessarily mandate it that it be a disclosure, but we are going to be doing thorough outreach with the real estate community because I look at home listings all the time. And given my job, many beautiful homes become unavailable to me due to the things that I can observe just by the pictures that would need to be corrected in order for me and my profession to be compatible in that home.
Mayor,
So I recognize that there's a need for that communication and for that education. And that will be an ongoing, not just with this issue. That needs to be ongoing with our code enforcement, tag team with our planning staff and our real estate community going forward in order for us to maintain our community standards.
Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yep, if you think you know it, I'm hoping you do.
Okay. I'm going to stick with what Neighborhood Council and Planning Commission recommended. I really want to listen to what people's input was, and I'm going to move to decline amending parking regulations for single-family dwellings and resume enforcement of parking violations as outlined in the staff report. Given the fact that there's so many opportunities, you know, for people to, I do not believe we have a vindictive city staff that is going to go after people personally, and it seems like they have a lot of opportunities to comply, and that is my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, got a motion. Looking for a second.
That was the motion we just had, I think, that we removed.
I think you combine two.
I was waiting to see if I could have a second for that. Okay, I'll wait for someone else. I'm not sure what the new motion is. Would it be to change the amending, to accept the change?
I think
No, the answer is no.
We don't have a motion on the table with the exception of what Ruth just said.
Okay.
Because Dee Dee had the previous one and she withdrew it.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, and I think to confirm, Ruth's motion is the one to leave it as is with the requirement of a building. Am I correct?
No, I think,
Yes.
excuse me if I'm wrong, I think you're looking at the 6-month education process and then begin enforcement.
No.
Okay, I'll change my motion. Here's my motion. I'm going to wordsmith here. I move to accept the zone text amendment, ZS749, well, I'm not sure what the amendment is. I move to amend the parking regulations for single-family dwellings to remove the requirement for a parking garage and carport.
So that's the previous motion. We've already done that.
We never voted on that.
You didn't have to on that.
Introduced for first reading, it doesn't require a vote.
Yeah, he's correct. I think I misled you, Ruth. It's not a required vote.
Okay, so we don't have to
So
vote
the
on this?
text amendment's already done. Correct.
Okay, I move to resume enforcement immediately with residents being allowed to work with code enforcement to ensure there is equity. So no more than 6 months.
If I understood that correctly, education for 6 months and then begin enforcement, or enforcement now with a 6-month education process?
Well, we are changing the law, right? We are amending the law. So we can,
I think you don't have to actually have a motion to pass that section. You have discretion as to what kind of grace period you want to entertain.
okay, but if we're changing the law, then that's the notice, right? That we're changing the law.
The moratorium was not a law.
Right, so we just passed an ordinance. Is that correct?
You did. There was a first reading of an
Doesn't
introduction.
have anything.
There was an introduction, and it did not require a second or a vote. So that was done. The issue is really more of a discretionary call as to whether or not when you want to start enforcement as to the.
So do we need a motion for that?
If you don't, I think you can direct staff as to when you want to start the enforcement process.
Okay, then my comment, Mayor, since we don't need a motion, is that we give 6 months for the people to know what the new ordinance is. And within that 6 months, educate as many people as we can to let them know, hey, this is the new ordinance, and begin enforcement. Because there is a lack of clarity, because there has been for the past 4 years. So again, I have faith in our staff. I don't think they're going to be vindictively going out and like busting people just because. I think that, you know, what Mara said in terms of they give, you know, notice, they give, you know, they let them know what, you know, hey, you have this much time to fix it. We're going to come back and talk to you. I have faith in our city staff.
Okay, 6 months, and then it starts. 6 months educational period, into 6 months, then we start enforcement.
Yes,
And with staff's way of doing it.
yes.
This paragraph 2 on page 8 of staff's report.
Okay, good.
We got that, so we don't even need understood.
Yeah, okay.
And I would just clarify, it's for starting from today, because the ordinance is going to come back for a second reading at the next city council meeting, and it doesn't take effect for about 30 days. So in 45 days, we'll have roughly we'll have a new law. And if we start the education process now.
Yeah, so can we start the 6-month clock now?
From January
or
1st.
when the ordinance takes effect.
6 months
That's your-
after
Well-
the ordinance take effect?
How about if we ask, well, you are staff, I know, but Mara, Mara, I mean, I don't think you can have this ready to go tomorrow,
Not tomorrow.
your educational process. So I think we have to give her time to put together a program.
The other thing, you know, we've done a number of community education campaigns over the years, so I have kind of a ready canned template to be able to work through. So I would suggest once the ordinance goes into effect and then some, because it's the holiday season. So we typically kind of pull back on our escalated enforcement during the holidays in terms of issuing fines and other things because we recognize the time of year that it is and we don't want negative repercussions or ill will or to be causing any more stress or strain. So we would take this time period to start getting everything ready. So once the ordinance is in effect and just after the new year, I would say that we start pushing out the information. So it would end up being a little bit longer than 6 months just because of the time of year.
We can start the 6-month clock on January 1. That will take us to June 30, when
Okay.
enforcement will
And in
start.
the meantime, I'm sure we'll all be letting people know what's going to happen.
We have ample opportunities to make people know what's going on.
And we can start outreach to the existing violations that we have note of. We can start having the officers make contact with them, pointing them to the council meeting, which we have done in the past. So it's not like we haven't been trying to keep them abreast of when things are coming. So we can start outreach to the cases that we have on file now, and then broad community outreach come January 1 through June 30th of next year.
That's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was easy.
All right. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 5, public statements. This is the time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted, followed by speakers who are signed on to Zoom to speak for this public statement item for no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor?
Ready for the
Comments, we can start. I have 4 public comment cards. The first one, Elena Johnson.
Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council, a great evening to all of you. And I say great because I sat here from 6:30 until this time and I listened to the very robust discussions that you guys were having. Coming from the Philippines where I was under the dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos for more than 16 years of my adult life, to see democracy in action really warms my heart. So I thank you so much for that. But I'm getting ahead of myself because I want to read something to you and take the opposite position on that, right? President Ronald Reagan said, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? Because people believe that most politicians make promises and then break promises. But I'm here to tell you that in front of me, 2, 4, 6, 7, what happened to Mr. Caceres, are people who genuinely believe in serving this great city of Simi Valley. I came here in 1984, coming from a very poor background in the Philippines, and I love this city. I saw the beautiful trees, the clean lawn, good police enforcement. But for a few years, I went to the San Fernando Valley. But my heart always belonged to Simi Valley. When I had the opportunity to return to this great city, I came back in 1992 and became a homeowner in 1994. And I haven't left back then, even if I had the opportunity to find a better job and go to other places. So I really want to thank you for the great job that you are doing to represent the heart and the interest of this great city. I heard a lot of discussion, whether it is voting for an individual, voting for a group, right? Or weighing the rights of an individual homeowner against the environment of the city, the trees, and how it gave such beauty to our city. And this last discussion on whether we are going to add more parking spaces in the backyard. I do have a big yard, but I don't think I will ever do that, right? But I want to say to you that this discussion proves to me that you take your job very seriously. And to me, that's very important because I changed my citizenship from Filipino to American citizenship. Only for one reason. What makes me different from an immigrant is that as a citizen, I have the right to vote. Okay, and I love my ability to be able to vote. Mayor Masburn, I met you a long time ago in the St. Peter Claver presentation or one of our religious events. I love that. Keep doing that because we who are in the minority group would love the presence of our city. Shout out to you, Mr. Mike Judge, because when I met you and I asked you a question, you gave me that answer, and I did that, and I got help that I need from the city. So, in my words, we say mabuhay, which means long live. And I really, really appreciate your hard work.
That's a big thank you from all of us. Thank you.
Alex McIntosh?
Hi there, my name is Alex McIntosh. I'm here on behalf of the company who owns the bowling alley over there at the corner of Stearns and Cochrane Street. We have 6 tenants, small businesses. I heard you talking earlier about small businesses. You're very conscious of them. I have a copy here of 6 of them who's put their names together because as a coffee truck shows up at the bowling alley, and they park there from 7, I think, till 4 o'clock every day. And they're taking business away from the 6 stores who have filed the complaint. And you see a letter from Moss Company. They're the property managers. So I took some photographs the other day of when the thing leaves. So when they do leave, they leave a mess. Not a big mess, but they leave water running. Due to there's ice or whatever wash hand basis, I'm not sure. No, I don't think they're abiding by the code of the city. I once owned a bar and I had strict code regulations. We pay a head tax. This thing don't pay any head tax, my understanding, but these 6 tenants do. And I've got 2 of them who's willing to leave and give up their property because they've lost a lot with the COVID-19 and they're losing a little bit from this coffee truck parking there. Who's to say next year it'll be a taco truck, a hamburger truck, a lobster truck? I thought we're not going to be like Van Nuys, have coffee trucks and everything all about the place. So we'd like to file a protest and find out why this place got a permit to run a coffee truck near businesses about 50, 60 feet away from one and 120 feet away from the donut store. So I'd like some sort of a recommendation and find out, is this going to be permanent or why the bowling alley can't put it inside the premises where they have a pizza joint. So I'm at the mercy of the rules, code, violations, or whatever you want to call it, or ADA. program because there's nothing there to do the ADA, no, whether it's handicap. Our company had to pay $43,000 to put in 6 curb cuts for the ADA in that property. So the owner of that property is a little bit perturbed having this and aggravating the 6 tenants. And the 6 tenants are, one's a Chinese, one's an Armenian, one's an Indian, 2 of them are Chinese, and one's a Vietnamese. So it's not fair for these people. We would like some feedback from you if this is going to
Okay,
be a standard.
let me explain something to you, sir. We right now are not allowed by law to respond to you.
Okay.
Okay, but I encourage you to either contact my office here at City Hall or contact the city manager's office,
Okay.
and they can have a discussion with you and maybe point you in a direction that might be helpful to you.
Okay.
We're all aware of what you're going through.
Okay.
So, but like I said, just because of the Brown Act, we're not allowed to respond tonight because you're
Sure.
not on the agenda. So.
Okay, so I can
thank you.
contact your offices.
Yes, and if you can talk to any staff member, get a phone number.
Yeah,
I can tell you real briefly, we've looked into your issues since I saw the letter this morning, and we'll be in touch with you tomorrow to talk about it.
Okay then, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ginger Zagnoli.
Thank you. I thank you very much. It was my first time down in the city of Simi in a council meeting. Usually I watch you guys online, so anyway, thank you very much. That was lengthy. I've written a couple of you about the SB 9 and SB 10 bills and the ones that came out, and I've been watching, and I really appreciated you guys asking questions, scenario type questions about what might happen. But I live up in the Bridle Path, and on my cul-de-sac, we have a couple of homes that are selling. My neighbor heard somebody down. They've already planned the ADU that's going in. So I've written Council Member Elaine Lister. I don't know if you've checked your email.
Well, I will go find it.
It's Zanioli, anyway.
Wonderful.
And then I've written also David Caceres as well. So I guess if you could just point me in the right direction to who to speak to, because we've had several different.
I think Mr. Stratus Peros would love to have a conversation with you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's so excited. So, and then I'd left a message for her as well, but I wanted to see if I could get more of a clear answer as far as CCNRs, and all I keep hearing is the limited animal overlay is not have anything to do with, I think it's SB 9 or ADUs. And I question that because we have that actually in our amendment that was added. So it's just some of those questions that are about that, if we can get a more clear understanding of, as an HOA, for us particularly because of where we're located, but also for all of the HOAs, because I think with California, 1 in 5 lives in an HOA. And so I can't imagine they didn't.
I see him digging for a card, and I think he found one.
And I got a green light still. But anyway, but what I was going to say, though, is there something for the state of California where because that's 1/5 of our population lives in an HOA. So I can't imagine with these 31 bills that have been passed that all of these people that probably live in HOAs or have second or third homes in them have not left room for, I don't know, negotiating or making sure that, these 5-acre lots or 20-acre lots, 1-acre lots, half-acre lots aren't going to turn into multi-family dwelling.
Yeah, and I have to tell you the same thing that I told the gentleman before you, is that based on law, we can't respond to your questions right now.
Yeah.
However, if we were to, you would have 5 opinions probably.
I'm sure.
And then all 5 of us would end with, you ought to talk to Stratus.
Okay,
So
very good.
I think we've got you going the right direction.
All right, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Rebecca Alberon?
Hi, good evening. Can you guys, you guys can hear me. You know what? I'm used to online, so that's why I say, can you guys hear me? Good evening. My name is Rebecca, and man, it's been an interesting night just listening to you guys. Earlier, I was on Zoom listening to you guys, so it's definitely been interesting. And then I just wanted to say that given the behavior on the dais, I'm really surprised that, that mainly council member Judge is so concerned with social media. I know that my name was brought up a few times in regards to being of concern. I do want to say that I'll be sending a formal request to meet with Mayor Mashburn and Mike Judge in regards to, what their expectations are from neighborhood council members, especially, given that they objected to my nomination. And I think something that I expressed to Councilmember Litster and Kavanaugh was my persistence and desire to serve this city. And I felt that as a neighborhood council member, was an opportunity for me to do so. So I'll definitely be sending you guys an email, and I hope that there's an open invitation like there was to other members who spoke tonight. On a different matter, I wanted to ask about city council meetings. I wanted to know how they'll be conducted going forward. I wanted to know if there was going to be a continued hybrid model. So it kind of seems like, we're open now, and so individuals can come and speak in person. But I wanted to know if we will continue to have like a Zoom link where individuals can provide public comment online. I much prefer this more updated process that you guys have, which is that the Zoom link is already provided, so there's no need to email ahead of time in order to get a Zoom link and then provide comments. So I much prefer what you guys have now, but I wanted to know if there is any plan to continue with the hybrid model, or if that's temporary, or you guys are exploring that. So I do think that it allows for more participation, especially for those that are not able to make it in person. So I am in favor of continuing a hybrid model, if you guys care to know. Another issue I'd like to bring up is actually regarding it's a neighborhood issue. So that has already been brought to my attention, and this is in District 3. So there is a concern, and it's apropos to the discussion that you guys were having earlier regarding parking, which I now feel like maybe you guys should just let endless parking in the backyard, because the issue that was brought up in this particular neighborhood was that it appears that neighbors are placing like safety cones in front of their homes, and there's actually multiple homes in this like little small U-turn street. And so what they're doing is, I think, protecting parking space, which is on a public street in front of their homes so that people don't park there. And then what I noticed, or what was mentioned really quickly, was that cars were parking on the driveway and then blocking, because there's there's limited parking, I guess. So they were parking on the driveway and blocking the street. So yeah, I just wanted to, hopefully hear some responses on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
David, do we have any speakers on Zoom?
Yes, we have one, and that's Mr. Reese Holland. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. Yes, I wanted to bring up also about the city council meetings and concerns over continuing with the hybrid model. I think it's a great idea. I think it will help to continue encouraging more attendance like we've seen during the pandemic here. I think it's definitely a benefit for anybody who has disabilities that makes it hard to get around, anybody with a lack of regular access to transportation, anybody who's attending but also has to watch over children or, attend to elderly parents. So it really helps in a lot of ways. And then another thing that it helps with that ties into Simi Valley's goals of lowering emissions is people simply don't need to get there And so that's less trips within the city that every individual or group of people need to do in order to participate. So really, it's a win-win across the board to go with a hybrid model. Now that things are getting a little bit more relaxed and people are showing up in person, I think that's great. I likewise believe that if we are able to maintain access and use of Zoom, it will continue to encourage more people to participate, voice their opinions, and be a part of the process here, which is definitely important. I know you folks work with a lot of the feedback that comes from the community, and being able to get it from every angle possible, it seems like it's pretty important. I think that's about it. Definitely recommend maintaining the hybrid model. That's what I'm here to say. Have a good evening. Oh, I didn't declare where I'm from. Neighborhood Council 2, or not Neighborhood Council, excuse me, Neighborhood 2.
Thank you.
David,
Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the members of the public on Zoom.
That's it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 5A, City Council member comments regarding public statements.
Statements. Who do you want to thank?
I'll be brief. Elena, you're fabulous. We love your enthusiasm for our community, and that's what makes Simi Valley wonderful. Ginger, I will go find that email, and I absolutely have some questions about CCNRs and the ombudsman bill that maybe tries to overrule HOAs and that. And so we're going to be talking. Rebecca, congratulations. I'm glad you're already speaking with Mara. I can see that you're already on it. So thank you for being on top of it. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Luevanos.
I will also be brief. I just want to thank everyone who was online or came in person to participate, whether you gave public comment or you didn't. This is your government. We are your public servants, and I want to thank you all for participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment to Ms. Alberon's statement about me. Not once during the entire time of the Neighborhood Council debate did I ever say that I looked at anybody's social media, did I request that anybody look at anybody's social media, nor did I try to look at anybody's social media. So that was I'm sure it was just a mistake on her part. Thank you.
Okay. You're good. Okay. And I'd just say, if you would make an appointment through Sue, that works better for me, and hopefully for you too. But she keeps on me pretty good. So, but looking forward to it. I think
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar, and there are no resolutions for your consideration this evening.
Okay. No resolutions. How many?
May I make a motion to approve?
I'll
Yes.
second.
Well, I've got, I think, 2 folks
Oh, sorry.
that want to. Okay, Councilmember Litzner.
I seconded it. You just haven't erased my NQ.
Oh, the NQs were still on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move to approve consent items 1 through 2.
I second. Call for the vote. Wow, thank you.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7A, second reading of ordinance 1329, approving Z-S-2021-0005, amending the City of Simi Valley zoning map for selected sites identified in the 2021-2029 housing element, and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1329, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving Z-S-2021-0005, amending the City of Simi Valley zoning map for selected sites identified in the 2021-2029 housing element, and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff? Elaine Litster.
I do have a question, but I don't see Mr. Paris. I know this is a second reading.
I think he's outside with probably the resident. Let me see if we can go.
Sorry about that. I know it's a second reading, and normally we just perfunctory go with it, but I did, let me maybe wait till he walks back in. What's that? Or maybe, sorry, Stratus, this is just the second reading on the housing element, and I just have, as I went back and reviewed my notes, I realized we had over 70 signatures from couples and households that are concerned about the Lead Street rezoning. And basically, the animal agriculture overlay is gone, if I understand it correctly. And we're moving from residential very low with the farm animal overlay to residential moderate. So we're skipping 3 steps. Is there any way that animal overlay can still remain intact with a moderate housing, for instance?
Yeah, so I think we can take a look at the, what people had as non-conforming rights, before the law changed. They have existing development on there that may not match up with the new zoning designation. So do they lose all those rights? So that's a legal question, but I haven't seen every parcel, and if there has been a loss of the limited animal overlay, because again, nothing makes people change these properties right now if they don't want to.
I understand that, but I guess I'm wondering if
just the way
someone
it is.
comes in and wants to purchase the property next year, can they still have animals there and have that animal overlay, even if it is now changed with this?
Yes,
But on Lead Street, Stratus, correct me if I'm wrong, on Lead Street, it's only the 4 parcels at the corner of Stearns and...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Apricot. So Leeds.
I'm not talking, I'm talking Lead Street with this, and 70 people signed concern.
It's only
the
the
rest of Leeds is
housing
fine.
element only affects the four parcels at the corner of Stearns and Leeds.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
So can the animal overlay still stay in place, even with the change in zoning to moderate or medium?
So for the 4 or 5 parcels that are being affected by this?
Yes.
So again, if somebody wanted to, they're not going to want to put a house with a barn there with the new zoning. They're probably going to do some more dense development like Councilmember
I know that's
Judge
not what they're going to
pointed out.
want to do, but maybe some zillionaire comes in and says, I want my cattle right in the, I guess what I want is looking for maybe a way to assure the residents that are in that area right now that if someone came in and wanted to pay the price, they could still have their agriculture.
Clearly, the 70 residents that were not affected, not one of those 4 or 5 parcels, all the rules they had today, it's the same zoning, that's not changing. So their neighborhood is the same exact way it was before the housing element and after. It's only the 4 or 5 parcels at the corner there of Leeds and Stearns that are being affected by this new zoning. Again, the houses that are there, there's one's vacant lot or a couple of vacant lots and a few individual houses. Those can all stay, and if nobody wants to do anything over the next 10, 20 years, they're just fine. They can, do everything that they have. But when somebody wants to consolidate all those parcels, put a denser development, the new rules will then apply at that time.
So what you're saying is a single-family dwelling on a small lot and you've got 20 houses, they're not going to have the animal overlay.
Exactly, like the little neighborhood to the north
But if I
on
bought a
Cochrane.
house from one of those 4 lots right now and didn't change anything, I could have animals.
Yeah, you can kind of keep your non-conforming rights.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Luevanos.
May I make a motion, Mayor? I move to adopt ordinance number 1329.
A motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, direction to staff regarding how public statements will be received at future City Council meetings. And Samantha Argabright is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. During the October 25th, 2021 meeting, by consensus, the council members decided to resume in-person City Council meetings beginning with tonight's meeting. Councilmember Luevanos requested a discussion of allowing public statements via Zoom to continue in addition to receiving in-person public statements at the meetings. With city council meetings returning to an in-person format, the city council may wish to consider how it will receive public testimony in person or via Zoom and in person. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Questions of staff?
I have a question, Mayor, if I may.
Okay.
How much additional staff time or energy does it take to run a Zoom and to take Zoom public comments?
We have 4 people that are usually, we have 1 running in the back, we have 2 standing by, and we have another admin. So it's usually 3 to 4 people.
Is that extra people, or are those people that are already having to staff that because we're broadcasting on YouTube?
That is extra people.
So it's 4 extra people to have, to allow for Zoom comments?
Yes,
That's more than having it in person?
that's correct. These people would not need to be in the not need to be here if we were not on Zoom.
Okay. But we did have comments tonight, right? Is this the first time we do hybrid, right? In person and?
We did hybrid 2 meetings back in,
Once
believe,
before, I think.
July, August.
So, and we had the same thing. We had in-person comments and we had Zoom comments.
At that time, we did.
So, and we had that tonight as well.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I'm just pointing that out because we just passed an ordinance that, staff told us is going to take a lot more, manpower and woman power and people power to enforce with the RV ordinance. This is something that is worth, having accessibility. I am concerned, one of the public comments was about ADA accessibility. Our buses only run so long. I know if someone was at a meeting right now, they probably wouldn't be able to get a bus home at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm concerned about that, about transportation issues and ADA issues. And, one of Elena, who was so enthusiastic, said she was waiting here 4 hours to give a public comment. She left right after, so I'm sure she had things to attend to at home. But I think this is just part of our commitment of our mission statement to provide outstanding, I like the wording, to deliver excellent service to our community. And again, to provide an atmosphere that encourages community involvement and volunteerism. And I think it's worth the extra staff members twice a month to allow everyone to have access to participate in our local government. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor. I see while we are under a state of emergency that it makes sense, in my mind, that we do the hybrid model. And so I guess my proposal would be that we consider instituting that hybrid model at least while the state of emergency and then reevaluate it at that time. Because obviously, for years we've had in person and it's been successful, and there's something about the synergy of everyone being together and that I really, really like. But I understand, particularly with masking and with concerns about health, et cetera, the hybrid model has real value. So I think that's my recommendation, that we consider that point in time and then reevaluate it when that is lifted.
And if requested, an ADA bus can be set aside for a council meeting.
I like that thought.
What'd you say?
I said if requested, an ADA bus can be set aside for a council meeting.
I don't know if we have drivers here that late, but we could always schedule for it.
Since we already use the people who do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, instead of our video people.
Why not?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the ADA bus, they could schedule it ahead of time, just like we asked them to do any special accommodations in the beginning of our agenda. My questions or my comments were, I'd like to know if the other cities in the county are allowing it. I don't know if we have that answer right now.
Do actually.
Okay.
So of the 11 agencies surveyed, which included the County of Ventura, VCOG, and the other cities in the county, currently there are 7 that are holding meetings in person, and 4 are allowing for public testimony in person and via Zoom, and then 3 of the 7 are providing only for public testimony in person.
Okay. All right. That's just so that's 7 that we know of are doing.
The rest of them
aren't open yet.
Yeah, the rest of them are still only doing Zoom meetings, and so therefore they're only taking Zoom testimony.
Okay. And then, because I was thinking some consistency within the county might be a good idea. It's not a requirement, but it might be something to look at. And this is a personal opinion. I have a weekly call with my managers on Teams, which is Zoom, and I make them show their faces because I want to see who I'm talking to. I want them to see me, and and it's just a better humanity. It just brings more humanness into the picture. So if we did Zoom, I would like people to show themselves. That would be my preference. I don't know if we can require it or if we can just ask, but I like to see who I'm talking to. And, they can see us, but I would like to see who I'm talking to also. When somebody comes to speak with us here, they see us, we see them. I just feel that would be a good idea, just personal opinion.
I don't think we have the ability to remotely turn on the camera.
Okay, but I mean, it could, so I don't know how it would be if we said you can't speak, but we can't say you can't speak at a public meeting.
It sounds like you can make the request, but
So
you
we could
can't
request.
require.
I would like to see who I'm speaking to. I just like that preference.
I agree. Are you?
Those are
you
my
want
comments.
Back up? No? Okay. My comments are, one of the greatest things about this country is local control. And what we're doing is giving up our ability to have local control. And by that, I mean, if we keep the hybrid, we have virtually the entire world can decide to call in and give their opinions on how we are going to run our city of 120,000 people. And by having local control, which our founding fathers basically designed, we keep a little bit of that, and we're watching ourselves lose that consistently. If you look at the state, what they're doing to local control, there's a good indicator. Now, I know there's technology is wonderful and what have you, but we don't have the technology to turn on or off a specific area like our city or our county or something like that. And so to open it up to Australia to make comments on how we should run our city, I think would be time-consuming and confusing, and it would be an attack on our local control. Councilmember Luevanos.
Sorry, Mayor. The truth is, as a history teacher, I know that we're at a moment in time that we will be judged. People will ask in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, what was it like living through a global pandemic? And things changed after the flu pandemic globally, and things have changed after this pandemic, when and if hopefully soon it ends. There is no going back to normal. This is the new normal, whether it's doing classes online and in person, whether it's having city council meetings online and in person. I've yet to see that we've actually had anyone from Australia or even another state come and give comments at our city council meetings. But if people are interested in what we're doing here in Simi Valley, I think that's a great thing. I think that puts us on the map. That makes, we want people to know about Simi Valley and the wonderful city that we have here. But to deny people the opportunity who, can't come for a number of reasons. They're taking care of elderly parents, they're taking care of children. Those are some of the public comments that were made who do have transportation issues. If we have a teenager who has a curfew, whose parents don't allow them to stay up till, it's 11:06 now to come to city council meeting. We have a lot of residents with a lot of responsibilities. And I am merely asking to extend this. So if it's a motion to do it on an emergency ordinance, I would like for this to be permanent. But if at the very least we can have this to be, allow people to give public comments in person and via Zoom during the emergency declaration, then I will make that motion.
I'll second that because I was going to suggest we do a 3-month trial and see how it works. So this would be kind of something similar, I would think. And then we can see, does this work for us? Is it having problems? Is it costing too much? Are we having people call in that for not the right reasons or not the right people? So that would be so I'll second.
So to be clear, are we doing it permanently, or are we doing it on a temporary basis?
Is it for 3 months, or is it as long as the state of emergency
She said
is?
through the state of emergency.
I would say through the state of emergency, and I'm not sure how long that will be, but at the very least that.
I was going to guess around 3 months, so.
Well, I believe we can't declare it local unless there's a state.
We could.
So I would say state. I would say state then.
It has now become a world emergency.
So we'll do state.
We have no local authority without state authority, correct?
No.
Okay, we have a motion and second.
Well, I think we need to, I'm sorry, I would like that resolved. Is it local?
what?
I'd like it resolved, because I just heard Brian about to say, is it local?
If, I would just recommend have a hybrid until you take it back up again. Just leave it open-ended.
So at the end of quote, either local or state, somebody can bring it back.
Or we could even bring it up earlier if we so feel, which is what Brian's point, to
We can
Brian's
bring
point.
it up anytime we
Yeah,
want, any of
exactly.
this.
So just stick,
Exactly.
However, very hard to undo things. Okay, call for the vote.
The motion passes with Mayor Mashburn voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, City Council member reports.
Okay, anybody? Hmm? Okay, we will begin with Council Member Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Thursday, October 28th, I attended the groundbreaking for the 1800 Tapo Canyon Industrial Center. They're building over there, where they tore down the old Bank of America project. And I think that was it's going to be a huge industrial complex. Am I right, Brian? How many square feet was that thing?
358,000.
Yeah. So that looked good. I'm looking forward to that getting open. They said they already had some people interested in spots, so that's great. The whole thing with that groundbreaking, though, is that we wanted to try to bring those businesses here to Simi Valley, because we are a bedroom community, and we've always talked about people driving in or driving out of Simi Valley to go to work. We need to get those businesses here so the people that are already here and live here can go to work there. That's my opinion. On Saturday, October 30th, I attended the Simi Valley Street Fair, and I want to say thank you to the Chamber of Commerce for a very good event. It was amazing, all the people that came by had a booth, and it was very positive. Everything came by with people were just happy to be in Simi Valley, and they were happy to be out amongst other people. So I really appreciate the Chamber for putting that on, and all their volunteers. On Tuesday, November 2nd, I had my update with the City Manager. On Thursday, November 4th, I attended the SCAG Transportation Committee and the SCAG Regional Council. Not too much came out of that. They were talking about some grants that they just got approved to give out to truck drivers and independent owners and companies to get electrified and non-traditional fuel vehicles into the ports to get stuff out of the ports. So that's a good thing, because now they used to require that you just get rid of your diesel engine. Now they're giving you money to get rid of your diesel engine. At least some people are. So that was good. On Friday, November 5th, I attended VCTC, where I just related the same thing I just related to you guys, to them, because that was the most important part of the meeting. And I also gave all of you guys this is the Caltrans plan. I put them out every time I get them. And it tells you what's going on in the county as far as Caltrans projects. As you notice, not very much in our area, so. But, someday there will be. Open. On Sunday, November 7th, I did attend with the mayor and Councilmember Lister the 30th anniversary of the Reagan Library. That was great. They always do a great job at the Reagan. It was good hearing from Condoleezza Rice. That was always amazing to hear her speak. And today I attended the Council on Aging meeting, and I met with Habitat for Humanity about a project in the future. That's my report. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lister.
Thank you. I had many similar experiences with Councilmember Mike Judge. On Wednesday, October 27th, I attended the Chamber Legislative meeting with information, and I appreciate their efforts of bringing together legislative leaders, et cetera, to help us understand what bills have passed and what it means for our community, et cetera. Again, also attended the groundbreaking ceremony on October 28th of those 5 buildings of 300,000 plus square feet. What was interesting is how quickly they have torn down the buildings there, and how quickly they're actually building these structures. And as Mike said, they mentioned that there has been an unusual amount of interest, which is they're very pleased with. On Friday, October 29th, I met with a member of the Police Management Association. On October 30th, I just want to again say thank you for the street fair. It was incredible. Sunday, October 31st, I have to say one of my favorite holidays, because Halloween is so lovely, is the excuse to go out and say hi to all of your neighbors. So I just want to commend my community and neighborhood for their spirit of, it was lovely to see so many people out visiting with each other. And so I say next Halloween, grab a kid just so you can go knock on all your neighbors' doors and say hi. I do appreciate that. On Monday, November 1st, on behalf of the Simi Valley Ed Foundation, I actually presented a check to Laurie Carricker of Justin Early Learners Academy to create a makerspace for that facility. And so I just want to commend the Simi Valley Ed Foundation for their fundraising efforts and the grants that they have just been giving out to 20 plus schools in our community. On Thursday, November the 4th, also attended SCAG Policy Committee meeting for energy environment, and it was just mostly informational in nature. And as well, with Mike, attended the 30th anniversary of the Ronald Reagan, and what a jewel that is in our community, and inspiring remarks were shared. And I too got there late to the Council on Aging meeting and attended the interesting proposal by Habitat for Humanity, which would be a great addition to our community. And that's it on my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Luevanos.
On Saturday, October 30th, I too attended the Simi Valley Chamber Street Fair. It was wonderful to be back in person. I think we all missed it. And I want to thank all of the Simi Valley Youth Council, all of our city staff that was out there, from Public Works to Public Transportation, just educating, the public about water usage and about our public, our bus routes. And Youth Council was out there, having people sign the anti-bullying pledge. And it was just wonderful to see all of our city staff out there showing all the things that we do and highlighting all the wonderful work that we do in the city. So thank you to all of the city staff that was out there. Simi Valley Adventist was there offering all 3 vaccination shots, first shot, second shot, and the booster, free of charge, no wait. I called my mother-in-law, my husband, and I made them call all their friends, like, get down here, there's no wait, which was really cool. So I was able to get it right then and there, no wait. On Tuesday, November 2nd, I attended the Youth Council meeting here in the community room, and got to sit with them and help them hash out many of the issues that they talked about for Town Hall, which included things like sexual harassment, discrimination, looking at infrastructure, Wi-Fi. They've been talking about the Wi-Fi infrastructure at the schools for a while. And it's just nice to engage with our youth and see the issues that are impacting them, and how we as a city council can take note of that and listen to them to make sure we're implementing policy that's addressing that. On Thursday, November 4th, I attended the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors meeting, and we approved phase 1 of the Clean Energy Workforce Development Investment Plan, which is to invest almost $400,000 into clean energy workforce development. That includes funding scholarships and training programs for those that are just out of high school. Some of these programs take as little as 6 to 8 weeks, so that high school graduates can be trained in clean energy jobs, and they'll go straight into union-paying jobs with benefits after 8 weeks of training. It's working with the IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and making sure they have those opportunities. So we're going to get some of that funding here in Ventura County and some in LA County. And in addition to that, it's one thing to train and give scholarships. It's another thing to provide the actual equipment so that you can do the training to go into those renewable energy jobs. And so we funded over $180,000 from Clean Power Alliance to invest in the equipment, the hard equipment that they need to actually train to build the EVCS. And then one of the really exciting things that they're looking at is, I don't know if you've heard in the news, that there's been hacking of energy systems, electrical grids. And so one of the programs is to train these students, these people that are going to these clean energy jobs, into having not all of the circuits or the control of the circuits go into one, but to go into multiple routes. So that way, if you get hacked, instead of getting the keys to the kingdom, you only get the keys to the broom closet. And that's protecting us in terms of cybersecurity and making sure that we still have access to the electrical grid. So that's really exciting because they're combining those technology skills and, you know, preventing hacking and making sure we have access to electricity and we don't get hacked and, you know, all those things that we're seeing happening. Unfortunately, I cannot be in two places at once, so I was not able to make it to the VCOG meeting because of the Clean Power Alliance meeting. But I know that our Hindu community and our Sikh community and our Jain community and a lot of our Indian community celebrated Diwali, starting the Festival of Lights on Thursday, November 4th. It's, I believe, a 5-day festival. And it's, in case you don't know, it's like Christmas. It's like, yeah, there's lights, families get together, there's food. It's just an amazing festival. So I'd like to thank the Indian community here in Simi Valley for celebrating the Festival of Diwali. And that's it. That's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning cyber security. October was Cybersecurity Safety Month for the American Bankers Association. So everybody check with your banks, check on their websites. They have all kinds of cybersecurity, phishing, and all type of stuff to help you avoid getting in trouble. I deal with that with poor customers all the time. So the more you learn, the better you're off. Wait, what's that expression? There was an expression, the more you learn,
The more you know.
yeah, there you go. But when it comes to cybersecurity, you can't be too careful. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for mentioning that. On Friday, October 29th, I was invited to visit the New Beginnings Church. They were having a women's conference. So Pastor Marsha Clark invited me to attend. What a wonderful evening. It was so full of energy and song and prayer and just everyone having a wonderful time. It was great to get to meet the pastor and her husband. They're newer to our community. And it was just a wonderful event. There were probably 100 women there, I'm going to guess. But they were from different churches from locally. The lady sitting next to me was from Santa Paula. And there were, people from all over. But it was a wonderful event. And I told them, I was so jazzed in the beginning. I love music. So there was a lot of singing and stuff. And I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could open every council meeting and every congressional legislation this way? People would just be so pumped up and ready to go. But I wanted to thank them for their invitation. And if anyone would ever like to go visit them, trust me, they make you so very welcome from the minute you get there. So thank you, Pastor Marsha Clark. On Saturday, October 30th, I attended the Simi Valley Street Fair. I worked most of it. I worked at a private booth first, and then I worked at the Police Foundation for the afternoon. And there were a lot of people not from Simi there. So it was, there's a lot of Simi people. It was great to see everybody walk up and down and, yeah, I haven't seen you in forever. But we actually had a lot of people stop by, oh, I don't live here in Simi, but I love to come to this. So that was really nice. And I look at that as, economic development, business marketing, right? They're coming out. I missed the EDC meeting, and unfortunately I had a work commitment. None of you went to this. On Sunday, yesterday, the 7th, I went to the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District Snow Day at Rancho Madera. They do that every year. It's so much fun. The kids love it. They bring in snow and they make little slides out of the snow. And this year, they might have done it in the past, but they had one for littler kids. And they had one for bigger kids. So it's really nice. And that was a lot of fun. My grandson had never seen snow before. 30 seconds, he was done. The playground. But there were a ton of people there enjoying themselves. They had food trucks. The taco truck was awesome. And just, it was good to see people out enjoying themselves. They had all kinds of games going on, but thank you, the Park District, again, they always do a wonderful event. And today I also met with Habitat for Humanity about a potential project that I think will be wonderful. And to end, I just wanted to mention 2 upcoming events. 11/11, Veterans Day, is this coming Thursday. So at 11 o'clock at Rancho Tapo Community Park, Lemon Park, we will have our annual Veterans Day Remembrance. That is always a wonderful event. The community is always welcome. Every year it gets bigger and bigger. And this year, I believe the theme or the celebration part of it is going to be on the 100 years of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. So if you've ever been there, that's a unique experience, and it's just something you will never forget. I think they'll be covering a lot of those aspects of it. So very good. We hope everyone can attend that. And then on Saturday, the 13th, For the Troops is having a card signing program. So they invite the entire community to come in from 10 to, I think it's 10 to 1. They're located in the Sycamore Shopping Plaza and kind of a little bit to the west of the grocery outlet, I think it is. You'll find them if you get there. There'll be banners. But they invite the entire community to come sign cards, and then those cards are then sent to our soldiers that are deployed. So it's a wonderful thing. You can sign as many as you want. It's a great thing to bring kids to teach them, to share, and or to the scouting troops show up, volunteer groups. It's just a wonderful event. My mom and sister and brother-in-law all volunteer there, and so I will be there part of the time. We have an appointment here in the morning, so hopefully we will finish in time for me to get there. If not, I'm leaving anyway. So I think that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. On Tuesday, the 26th, I was able to bring in the folks from, several folks from Waste Management to meet with the city manager just as an introduction, because there's been some changes here locally in the management. So now we're meeting the new managers.
And they'll be here on December 20th for a presentation to the council.
Okay, December 20th, they will be here to make a presentation to the council. So that'll be good. On October 28th, I too attended the groundbreaking at Tapple Canyon in LA, and the developer stream brought out all kinds of goodies and nice things and was very accommodating and explained to us what they were doing, how they were doing it, and wow, every time I drive by there, I'm amazed. Even while we were there for the groundbreaking, the work went on, and it was happening very quickly. 358,000 square foot, and I think 3 or 5 buildings. 5 total buildings, and exactly what this community needed for economic development and for jobs. And hopefully it will bring plenty of jobs to the community. Went to the street fair also and had no booth, just walked around, and I was amazed. Everybody was having such a good time. Everybody was talking positive. I mean, positive about our city, positive about our schools. I mean, just everywhere you went, I think people were just having a good time and so happy to be out and about. And a great program put on by the chamber. Thursday, November 4, went to ribbon cutting at Jewel Time. And if you've never been to Jewel Time, you're missing out. George is the nicest guy and the best watchmaker. And he just can't do enough to help you. He's an amazing guy. And happy to see that they're in their new location and a bigger location. So for all of us with broken watches, he's the man to see. Saturday, November 6th in the evening, I went to speak to a Cub Scout troop. That's always a great time. And that took about an hour, and they asked some of the best questions. I can't believe it. And it's just watching these youngsters that are growing and maturing so quickly. It was really a pleasure to talk to them. And I too attended with Councilmember Litster and Judge the 30th anniversary of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. And wow, awesome speakers. Condoleezza Rice was there, and she gave a lesson in her speech. I don't know if you folks picked up on it or not, but she explained the value of the library and of all libraries, meaning the presidential libraries. And the message she gave about so much has happened in our country in the past, let's say 50 years, that the students she teaches as a professor have never lived that, and she has to keep reminding herself as a professor that when you say to someone, oh, that was 9/11, you know, and you think everybody knows about 9/11. No, there's a whole generation that has no idea about 9/11. There's a whole generations that know nothing about Ronald Reagan. But like she pointed out, all that information, if you want to research it, is there. You can find out about the relationship between Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill and the different things that went on. And she was a spectacular speaker. Very, very impressive, and a great day there. Also, I just want to mention again, around town you'll find toy drive boxes that the Police Explorers have, the toy drive that's going on that'll wrap up, I think, December 11th at the town center. But if you see one of those boxes, feel free to dump a good toy in there, and thank the people at the stores that have those boxes. And was it today? We talked to Habitat for Humanity, and I'm happy to say it's looking very promising that we're going to have, I think it was 10 houses, affordable, and they're going to be very nice. And it's in an area in our city that needs a tiny bit of uplifting, and I think that's going to be exactly what the doctor ordered. So I'm looking forward to see this process move forward and provide housing, and at the same time help rejuvenate a little piece of land in our city. So with that, that's it. Now we'll go to 9B. So does anybody have anything they want to bring up on future agenda items?
Mayor, I have a couple of requests.
Okay.
I would like us to join Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles filed a lawsuit against Department of Energy, NASA, and Boeing for the enforcement of the agreed consent decree for full cleanup of the San Jose Field Lab. I would like for us as a city to join to make sure that they fulfill their legal duties to clean up San Jose Field Lab. We know they're demolishing buildings up there. We know that we have really high incidence of cancer. And I would like for us as a city to join that lawsuit since our residents are so deeply impacted by that.
Okay, I'd like to ask the city attorney, can we just jump on board with some lawsuit without?
I've actually had a chance to talk to an attorney related to this issue just recently, and it is theoretically possible that our office is very, very small, and so this would be a financial endeavor. I know that the city of Los Angeles paid $600,000 to hire this firm to assist it with the issues related to the consent decree. So, but the answer to your question is yes, theoretically, we potentially could join. There might be several steps and permissions, and the court would have to approve it. We'd have to ask the city of Los Angeles if they would allow us to participate. But again, I'll emphasize that it'll be a cost.
Or what about, is it possible to file an amicus brief with their efforts?
It's my understanding this is current pending litigation, and it's going through a lot of issues as it relates to CEQA, environmental issues. I don't think an amicus brief would be appropriate in this case. There's actually litigation going on at the lower court level.
Okay, that's a little, and we don't have jurisdiction up there. Am I correct?
Well, what I can do
Or
for
that
you,
doesn't matter, we can sue whoever we want, right?
we theoretically could, if there was a separate and distinct violation. There's always causation issues, there's so much more. But if this council would like, I'd be more than happy to look into the logistics of that a little further. Maybe I can report back by way of private memo.
Yeah, and, well, I would like to see the documentation that they have to say that this, we've been through this so long, and we've always supported we need it cleaned up. I don't think anybody's ever said otherwise.
Let me do this. I can definitely pull the pleadings from the active litigation, and I can look for the operative documents, and I can disseminate it so for the council to take a look at what's going on.
So we'll get a memo to the council from the city attorney on his take on it.
Okay, that's what I'd like to see. And an estimate on what it would cost us to.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more request.
Okay.
And I don't want to step on Councilwoman Kavanaugh's toes, but she had mentioned in the future talking about restricting front yard parking. Because seeing as how we just passed the ordinance this meeting to allow RV parking in the backyard, what I don't want is for us to have now a lot of more stuff being parked in the front. So I'm not sure how to do that, or can you guide me here, Brian?
So what you did tonight would not allow for parking in the front except for what complies with what the council approved is next to the garage either on the front or on the side. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to look at actually being able to park on both sides of the house, between the house and the right-of-way and the sidewalk.
What I wanted, well, somewhat, what I wanted to look at, and it kind of fits both.
Okay.
I wanted to look at exceptions to the parking being on the garage side if the client or the homeowner has additional room on the other side and would prefer it over there. So but only done with a CUP, with a exception permit. So for example, I can look at my daughter's house, and on the one side, it's extremely, extremely tight, but that's where her RV access is, and that's where they park it. Where the other side has tons of room, but because it's not on the garage side, they can't utilize that.
I think the only concern I have is, given where we just were this evening.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that's right, you're right. We did do something to that effect.
Right.
But I really didn't want them to be able to park on both sides in front of the house. In front of the house. We put the pads from the front of the house to the back. Right, behind the house. So currently, they don't have to be behind the house on the garage side.
Correct.
Well, what if I have something there like a block wall or something, so I can't utilize that for parking, but I could do it over on the other side? I would like to possibly look at doing that with setbacks, with landscaping, and a special permit. But we wouldn't look at that until at least 6 months after Mara started her stuff, to give us time.
Yeah,
To
I was
give
just saying,
time to
if
to
we start
get things
introducing
rolling,
that
yes.
now, it could be a little bit confusing. So
We need to.
I'd rather wait and see what Mara comes up with.
Okay.
What are the exceptions that she's
I
going to
would
have?
just like us to have this discussion at some point in the
Yes,
future.
yes. So I would say, let's look and see what Mara's going to start, January 1 to June 30th?
correct.
I think,
So after that time, look at something.
yeah, I think what Councilmember Levin was saying is, let's put it on the agenda to discuss, and now we're starting to discuss here, and that's not what
Yeah,
we're.
no,
Sorry,
that's what I'm
that was
just saying.
my
Just put
fault.
it on the agenda,
Okay.
yeah.
So I think
Because
we-
I was
we'll-
explaining what I wanted versus what.
We'll schedule for August.
Perfect. That works.
Thank you.
Does that make you happy, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have, it's not a request, but just a comment. I want to thank Councilmember Judge for your service to our country. I know Veterans Day is on Thursday, but I wanted to acknowledge your service to our country, and thank you for that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And if we're still on 9B, I just,
9B, do you have something
just one
on the
quick,
agenda? You
one,
could just say it.
one
You
quick
could say,
thing.
I would like this on the agenda.
Well, I want us, I'm just was very mindful that those who wanted to speak in public comments had to sit here for 4 hours. And I realized we moved it back because there was a time when we had lots of public comments and so people waiting for hearings were here forever. But I'm feeling like public comments are awfully late in the evening for people. I'm wondering if we could consider a little bit earlier in the agenda.
Someone's going to end up waiting.
I realize
public
that. I
hearings
realize
are-
that. And so it should be hearings, it should be our public.
I mean, if we can certainly move.
I know
public
we moved
statements
it back
before-
purposefully.
Correct.
We could start at 3 o'clock. I'm serious. I am serious.
Some of us have other jobs, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
The attorney'd have a problem with that because there's a certain time, we gotta have public meetings where people are coming home or already home. So you can't be in like the middle of the afternoon. We tried to do that. I know they brought it up back in 2010 and it was shot down quickly.
There's always notice, and there's an opportunity for the people to participate. And so perhaps after 5 o'clock would be the best time, considering that people are still working.
Okay.
We run into this when we have several public hearings.
Right.
So it's not as common.
So maybe on several public hearing days, can it be a moving target? Does it always have to
It
be?
will become very confusing to the public if we do.
And if we adhere.
I'm trying,
to
guys.
If we adhere to some guidelines and concentrated ourselves on being prepared and moving forward in an orderly fashion, we could cut down the times of these meetings drastically. I mean, you don't want to hear me talk about the consent calendar, which you made me wrong tonight, that's for sure.
We can definitely agendize this if you want to do that before we get into too much of a discussion.
But okay, I'm sorry, you're right.
I don't know that I have a second, but that's okay. Fair enough.
So that's not going to be on 9B then.
Okay, Mike, you didn't want to add a few items? Okay. Tonight, we're going to adjourn, unfortunately, go back to our old selves and adjourn in memory of people that we are going to miss greatly. And we'll start with Sherry Clements. Sherry was the wife of Deacon Brian Clements and the mother of Jeff Clements, all that have deep roots here at City Hall. And very unfortunate that she passed. And Detective Roger Muffin, retired from the CME super good guy, very nice guy. I don't know the circumstances, but he will be missed. And I've seen so many comments about him on Facebook. Very well liked, and sorry to see him leave early. And then William Scarbridge, and he is hold on a minute, I gotta get this, the father-in-law of Lindsay Scarbridge, one of our city employees at the Public Works Department. And Surinder Singh Bhutalia, I hope I didn't hurt the name there. And he is the father of Cindy Valava, who also works at Public Works. So the city's gotten hit pretty hard. This is all right here in the building. So please, if you see those folks, let them know. Give them your condolences. And that is it.